finals day.
Welcome to the second finals day of the 2025 IPA Supreme World Championships. Yesterday we crowned two champions already. We had Emma in the ladies and we had Michael Rhodes last night in the men's. It was exceptional.
It really was. The atmosphere was absolutely ballistic. It really was. I mean, I'm sure there's a few sore heads around. I know Emma's had to play this morning, so I don't think she went too heavy on the drink and that. But no doubt Michael and Emma, you know, they've celebrated in their own way. But there's still 4 titles to be picked up here as well. And it'd be interesting to see who picks them up.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an exciting day of pool. Last night was probably one of the biggest buzzies I've had in a while in a pool and any kind of arena. The place was electric, and obviously it's going to be slightly different today, but so many titles to be handed over.
Yeah, there is. I mean, last night, you know, it was an absolute spectacle. You know, it sent goosebumps out there. I mean, we couldn't even hear ourselves talk. You know, when we was coming up here trying to close the show down, and that the atmosphere was brilliant, and it's one that I'll remember for a very, very long time. You know, even in the ladies' final, you know, the support around here for both the girls was supreme, and it's, again, one to remember.
And on to today's seniors final. What about the two guys that are going to be playing right now?
Yeah, these two don't really need too much introduction from us. You know, they're actually legends of the pool world, and no doubt this will be a really great game. I mean, they've already played in the semi-final of the Masters. I know Gareth got the bragging rights there, but it's a different game when they're on here under the cameras and the shot clock pressure.
Yeah, slightly different. Just a straight race to 8. Obviously, we've had the sets play up to now. It could be quick. It could go all the way.
Yeah, I expect it to be pretty quick, you know, because they're all very good players with the patterns and that, etc. But as you know, under the shot clock and that, it will be pretty quick on the way. But base to 8s, it's different now to what they've been playing all week.
Well, we are about to get this final underway, and we will crown the Seniors World Champion for 2025. And we're going to hand over now to Dan Fairway.
Thanks, Stevie. Yep, in the commentary box for this seniors final at the IPA Supreme World Championships 2025 for a marathon, potential marathon, between two of the greatest ever to pick up a cue, Gareth Hibbert and Ronan McCarthy. These two, hard to overstate how much influence and how much these two have achieved in the game. And I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Steve Walker, the talker.
Yeah, delighted to be in here. I think this could be an absolute classic. These two guys, probably at the start of the week, there was always a chance they were going to run into each other in this final. They were obviously at opposite ends of the draw, and probably for the people at home, this is a great final.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just two of the best ever.
Yeah,
it just
exactly.
Is. And two players to which age is just a number. They are continuing to play at the very top level. I mean, they must have been at the very top level for what, 80 years between them.
I mean, that's one of the. I speak about Gareth quite a lot, and obviously Ronan coming back over just now. It's like they defy all kind of logic. They it's as if they get better rather than a lot of us drift away, and you say, well, you're getting a bit older, so that's what happens. Well, these two guys go against the grain.
Yeah, they are the Benjamin Buttons of the pool world. They seem to get better with age.
Yeah, they must have seen so many crops of youngsters come through. Every new generation, whether it was the Boyle generation, then it was the Dunsters, and then obviously you've got Mark Farnsworths and Marshes and Bent and all these guys, and they just don't go away.
No, they're ever present at the top end of the game. Ronan McCarthy won the lag.
And I think when it comes to this match, the break, I know we keep saying it's one of the most important shots in the game now, but it really is going to be huge here.
Yeah, and this is a beauty to start from Ronan. Pick your pattern there. I mean, these yellows are absolutely glorious.
Yeah, I mean, I'm struggling to find where he's going to get the problem here. It's in the world final, in the first frame, and you're breaking. I don't think you could ask for much more. Oh, he's underhit that. And I think this is, I was actually speaking before we came in, and it was one of the guys that's getting into the Masters final, and he said, I'm guessing this table's slightly different because it doesn't get played on as much. And I says, well, what it is, we were speaking about it last night, Mark Boyle, Corey and stuff was speaking, and they said what it is the referees are obviously in control of these balls, Dan. They always have gloves on. The balls are always spotless. It doesn't get as much play as the outside tables. It just adds that little bit extra. And you'd seen, obviously he's okay, but Ronan get caught ever so slightly right away in his first shot.
He's a touch fortunate that this yellow in the middle of the table passes to the bottom right. To be fair, he would have also had the long yellow down the left-hand side. But if he was playing on that, he'd left himself hampered. So it was such an open split that it was hard not to land on something. But that is an unbelievable error.
He's basically just brought into play exactly what we're talking about there. The table is so much more reactive. As I say, the balls are cleaner. The table doesn't get as much use. So every single pro will normally come in and say, it's just different. It just plays so different. And Ronan's just came off the other stream table, which is obviously loads of playing, and it's a bit different. And he's been caught out on 2 shots out of his first 3.
Yeah. And of course, that previous game that you allude to, well, was between these two in the semi-final of the Masters competition.
Yeah, exactly.
And Gareth came out on top in that one. 7 frames to 3.
I kind of thought because he'd had a few frames on it, but it just goes to show it can take a lot longer than you think to get that rhythm and that flow, and straight away. But I mean, it's different as well. It's a final. Took him back in the main event. He went out quite early, but he's been battling away in the seniors and the Masters, and I'm pretty sure he would be absolutely over the moon if he could take down one of them, but he's not going to take down the Masters because Gareth is the one in the final of that.
Yeah.
And that means he's only got this one to play for.
I was chatting with Gareth just before the game, and I think I'm right in saying this is his 7th World Championship final. You know, across all the disciplines, if you like.
It's quite average.
Yeah, and he's got the 8th to come as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of them. I spoke to him just as we were coming in this morning and said, how are you getting on? They said, I'm still quite annoyed about that pot against Michael Rhodes. And I'm like, that's amazing that it's... Obviously, he's wanted to defend his main title, but he technically could go home a double world champ.
He could.
I mean, it's not a bad second prize.
No, not in the slightest.
Yeah,
the thing with Gareth is, he enters 5 events every time.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't be a huge shock to see him take 4 or 5 of them.
Oh, exactly.
So I suppose by his standards, 2 might be a little bit on the shy side.
Yeah. Yeah, he's just an absolute machine. For a better word, he's an inspiration to a lot of people, a lot of players in the game. I know that are really talented, really good, but they drop out maybe a bit earlier than they should. And Gareth, to me, he's always been that guy that when someone says to you, when the Cuesports players, when did they decide that enough's enough? Did their eyes go? Does the back go? All that kind of stuff. And I look at Gareth and say, I think it's when Gareth goes.
Wow. Well then. That is a very surprising miss. That's a big error each.
Yeah.
In this opening frame.
Bit of tension in the opening frame here. It is a race to 8, so we've got a long way to go. A couple of uncharacteristic mistakes from both players.
And the thing is, at this level, you know, it's an error in the opening frame, and you say to yourself, and you're right, you know, there's a long way to go in this game, but the way that these two can play, that could be the error that loses Gareth the match.
Yeah, exactly. It could be something as simple as a miss in the first frame, as you say, Dan, that cost you the entire match. So, well, it is going to be 1-0 Ronan McCarthy. He had a chance early, and then Gareth had a cracking chance that he didn't take. So all of a sudden, he finds himself one behind, and Ronan, you feel like he's had a bit of a let off there.
Oh, big time, yeah. Because, you know, you can say about getting used to the stream table, etc., etc., but the fact is that in-off was unforgivable.
Yeah, of course.
You know, you've got to know that that's on the table. But Gareth's miss was probably equally as bad.
Yeah. Ronan did mention at the start of the week that obviously he had travelled up to the northeast to play a bit with guys like Mark Farnsworth and Gav Robinson and stuff, try and get himself used to the blue cloth. But he said when he came in here, he went, it's just night and day. The brand, I mean, when it's really new and the balls are new, it just plays totally different. Yeah. So he put it down to that he just couldn't go over the line in his main event match. But he said, loads of play now. I know the TV table's different, but I suppose he would be the first to tell you that he's not looking for any excuses.
No. It is hard to prepare for these kind of tournaments because you just don't get these conditions, certainly in your local club or anything like that, for anything more than maybe a day.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, as soon as there's been a day's play, even there's that bigger change. But actually, because the balls are cleaned regularly, the tables are cleaned regularly, these tables do change a little bit over the course of the week, but not to the extent that they do in your local. This is a messy split in frame number 2.
Yeah, I'm looking at the red at the bottom. I don't think it goes. It might go to the left, looking at it there. So he might play the plant here, get himself started on the reds.
Oh,
that's a good shot.
Oh, it's worked out worse. It's gone worse.
Yeah, I think that red is now stone dead.
There's not a lot in the area to move it either. And you've got the red on the right-hand side near the right centre pocket as well. That's a challenge. I think that might at one point have gone down to the bottom left, but I'm not convinced that passes the 8 ball now.
No, I think it might. He could probably plant it in the top right, but...
Yeah, it's not an easy plant, but yes, I agree. If you're right behind it, should get that.
I think he's going to try and move this now. Yep.
I think he hit that too hard, to be honest. I think you've got to give it a little chance to bite.
With how reactive the cloth is, it's definitely... There was a shot last night Michael Rhodes played in the final, which he could have got over the line a bit earlier, and he's hammered it in the bottom. And everyone, listen, it's just a rush of blood. It's a chance to win a world title. And everyone was thinking he didn't have to play it that hard to get to where he got the cue ball. What a shot this is.
Oh, that's brilliant. Needs another one now. Got to play this plant. And you feel like he's going to screw across to the left-hand side, given the angle he's got for that red. But he's got to be so careful that this red doesn't stick to the yellow when it comes off the cushion. Brilliant.
That's okay. And all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, he put himself in a bit of trouble. And he's got himself out of it with a couple of fantastic shots. And Ronan McCarthy heading to a 2-0 lead if he can take these out. And I think he's done the hard work.
You'd expect him to take these now.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. I'm so surprised. I thought he'd go up the table first. I don't entirely understand why he's... I can see that it's quite difficult to get out of balk.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the reason why he's played it like that, but I don't think he caught it right. He was so close to going in off. Good shot.
Yeah, it's nicely recovered.
Yeah, he's played that into the bottom side of the pocket there so that he can get it to the high end, past the middle left. And Ronan, almost certainly, going to go 2-0 up here. Just to watch the slide. Good shot. Yeah, really tough when you're playing that, pushing through. Only takes the slightest of skids off the cushion, and before you know it, he's behind one of the yellows. So that is a fantastic finish from Ronan McCarthy in frame number 2. As you can see, the mixed doubles action still going on. Gio Edgar at the table right now. And he's, he almost went in off. So Tilly, I don't know, is she on the one today? I don't think she is. I think she's snookered.
Well, we've got 3 mixed doubles still going on. We do have our first semi-finalists. That is Emma Reeves and Dan Davey. They came through 6-3 against Beck Sweeney and Corey Rees.
Yeah, that was on the second stream table.
Yvonne Ewing and Mark McAllister 4-3 up over Kelly Denton and Oliver Gorard. Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster 3-all with Shona and Andy Lucas. What a tie that is, by the way.
Yeah.
And Tilly Edwards and Gio Edgar are trailing Lisa Reynolds and Dean Shields by 5 frames to 4.
Oh, double kicked in off the left red, right red, and into the top right hand pocket. Wow. And again, what a split.
This is just what Gareth needed. This is absolutely what Gareth needed. And you're right, it's a brilliant split. You've almost got all the reds and yellows completely separated,
Yeah.
so there's no traffic. He'll be taking yellows because that will free up the 8 ball.
Yeah, he was always going to move that beyond the yellow to the right hand pocket, and all of a sudden everything just opens up nicely. He might decide to take that same ball just because it might become slightly awkward again. It's a connecting ball.
I think the key, whichever way he goes, is the yellow to the underneath the 8 ball there.
Yeah, I think obviously it goes in the bottom right. Gareth might play on it next, and then maybe if he goes low enough, slide off the black, and then everything's nice and easy from there. But
yeah, I don't mind this either. I think he's looking at leaving the cue ball a little bit higher on this yellow to the left centre.
yeah, that's exactly what he's going to play. And then he'll have the yellow under the 8 ball. And everything should connect nicely from there. But as Dan just said, something that Gareth needed after the mistake in frame number 1. And he will break next. A chance to maybe square the match up if he doesn't make any more mistakes in this frame. No, I just can't see anywhere. Well, I couldn't see it in the first frame either, right enough, so...
No. Real dream split, that, though, for Gareth. I mean...
And I mean, he's entitled to the odd one.
Oh, of course. I would say, had Ronan not gone in off, it wouldn't have been as easy a finish because that free shot
No, exactly.
made a huge difference because the yellows were all covering each other. I'd still have backed Gareth to get them without the free shot, but it would have been a lot tougher. Fraction short pace on that one.
Yeah, just landed. Yeah, ends up landing okay. Come up and take it in the bottom left. And Gareth does get one on the board, and he will break next.
Action on the outer tables is pretty much exclusively in the mixed doubles at the moment. We, of course, this is the first of 4 finals today. So running you through the list. It will be this, followed by, I believe, the Masters final.
Yeah.
And then, well, whichever one's ready first, I suppose.
Yeah, I think
whether it's the mixed or the main doubles, men's doubles then.
Yeah, because the men's, they're at the semi-final stage, if I'm right.
They are indeed. So the Masters final will follow this, and it'll be Gareth Hibbert straight back onto the TV table against Martin Jones.
Yeah, it'll be a new experience for Martin Jones, I know Jonesy well. He's a fantastic player. I mean, getting to any final, he's won numerous seniors tours in Scotland. He's always at the tail end of all the big events as well. But playing on the 30-second shot clock, he said, even on the outside table with the referee doing it with the stop clock, he went, that was a new experience. I said, well, it's going to be a whole lot different on the main table. But he's looking forward to it. It's another final for him, and he gets to play against arguably one of the biggest legends in the game.
Yep. And that man is at the table now after that break. He's hit those really well. Just the red and yellow on the right-hand side that are causing a problem. I think he's forced into reds here because I can't see. You've got the yellow on the left-hand side that doesn't go. So he's going to have to break that red out. He's got a couple of nice balls to do it with. I suspect the one on the top rail would be the preferred option. If he can sink this red into the top left and leave the cue ball somewhere near enough touching the top rail, then it'll leave him a lovely angle.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Got to be careful the way he plays this. He doesn't want to stick to the red. You know, you catch this full ball, it may not go well. But you can't afford to play it too hard either, because then you're pushing the yellow up towards the 8 ball and that other red.
Yeah, exactly so.
Oh, that's come out nicely.
Yeah, that'll do it.
He'll take that all day long. Because he can take that red on the cushion now and use that yellow to stop the cue ball.
And that should leave him just the right angle. Is he thinking about leaving the cue ball roughly where it is for the red next to the black? I'm just looking at what he was lining up a moment ago and then maybe coming out. Oh. Yeah, he's going to do it now. He was looking at this a moment ago at the one to the bottom right. So is he going to play this one, then go up? It's going to be tough to get round on that red close to the 8 ball. If he does play the one at the top. Yeah, so he's going to come downstairs first. That makes sense. Just has to hold this. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, this can swing round and play in the middle.
Oh, good shot. That little bit of run inside is just... Oh, he's went too far.
It's a little bit too far, yeah. This is...
Yeah, he's going to have to just drop this in and take his medicine.
He could... The only other thing he could do is top it round behind and actually play that red on the rail up to the top right.
Cushion.
It's a tougher shot, but if you're right behind, if you can get right behind it and you're confident to, it's almost easier than playing a thin snick down the rail where you've also got a hold for the 8 ball. Well, the side is used to hold that.
Yeah. I actually quite like the shot you called there because I think when the tables are as they are, really new and slidey and stuff, I don't think if Gareth's behind that, he's missing it.
No. But he can put loads of check side on this and just kill the cue ball off the cushion. Oh, but he's missed it. He's caught that way too thick.
Yeah. That's about 7-8 inches up the cushion there. And the thing is, even though it looks awkward because of where the yellow and the black is, Ronan can drop on them quite easily. And he'll fancy getting these yellows. And to be honest, I can't see him making any mistakes.
No, I find it difficult. The one thing I would say is, I think if he gets an opportunity to move the 8 ball, he might, because I don't think that's, even if you're right behind it, that's one of those, if you don't really want to drop in the middle, so he might have to take it long. That's definitely going to be the key.
Oh, he's going to play a snooker.
Really surprised at this. It's not the sort of shot you see very often.
No, I
think he's just about covered the jaw to jaw there. But Gareth can go twice across, and I think he'll get close to this. It's just allowing for that slide, isn't it? It is much more difficult.
Yeah, this could slide. So he's playing so high because he knows it's going to slide low.
This is very close. This is a brilliant shot. Gareth Hibbert, take a bow.
Wow. believe us, guys, that is not an easy shot to play on that table. That was absolutely sensational. Can he get over the line, though?
And this is huge, isn't it? What a massive shot coming
Wow.
up. Oh, he's gone top left.
And he's got it.
Oh, wow. Gareth Hibbert. What a brilliant 2-ball clearance that is.
Ronan McCarthy giving the appreciation there. As Gareth Hibbert plays one of the best shots out of a snooker you're likely to see. The slide and skid on these new cloths is unbelievable. He's nailed it to perfection, but that black was absolutely sublime.
That is genuinely exceptional. All right, let's keep you up to date with the mixed doubles. All 3 games, I think, are still going on. So Yvonne Ewing and Mark McAllister, 4-all now with Kelly Denton and Oliver Goddard. That's on table 11. The furthest one from the camera there. Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster. Don't think we can see them, but they're 4-3 up on Shona and Andy Lucas. And Tilly Edwards and Gio Edgar are
I'll tell you what.
in a final frame decider with Lisa Reynolds and Dean Shields.
And Dean Shields has a yellow up the cushion, a tough yellow up the cushion for a black to win that match. And this is dry.
Yeah, the break's not favouring right.
Dean's missed it. He's missed the yellow.
And Gio Edgar now with a quite easy red, you would feel.
Yeah, I think the writing might be on the wall now.
That's, of course, just to get to the semi-final.
Yeah, and they're going to play Emma and Dan if they do get that finished.
They've been a very good pair so far.
They played really well. I watched a lot of that match earlier on. There's Tilly. She finishes it off perfectly, and Gio and Tilly are in the semis.
I reckon that'll go straight. Well, I reckon that'll go straight back on. Dan Davies causing us a bit of a headache in terms of scheduling, because he is also in the doubles semi-final with his partner in that, Liam Power.
Yeah.
They are playing defending champions Mark Boyle and Gio Edgar.
Yeah.
Looks like that might be the next game you get to watch on our second stream.
Yeah, that's a good parent, Dan and Liam. I had the pleasure of young Liam joining me on commentary in the IPA Masters in McGoldricks at the end of the year. Lovely kid, really, really good having him in. He was very insightful about how he sees the game and obviously coming through at his age. And he's one hell of a player at the same time. They're going ahead. They're going to be going head to head with the defending champions. Chance for Ronan.
Yeah, Gareth took on a very tricky plant there.
Yeah.
But one you'd expect him to make. Just came off the far jaw.
Yeah, these reds. I don't think Ronan could place them any better with his hands, so it's unlikely that we'll see any mistakes. But the pressure of any World Champion final definitely adds a little bit more spice, so you don't count your chickens just yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the sublime and the ridiculous from both in this match so far, haven't we? So
Yeah, it's
the way it's gone, nothing's absolutely guaranteed yet.
just two of the best players simply that have played the game, and they are still competing at the top end of it right now, and we are delighted to be watching them in this final. One of them is going to become the Supreme IPA World Championships Seniors. I mean, it's just exceptional. I don't care what level you play at, if it's under 13s, under 15, whatever it is, all the way through to seniors, masters and grandmasters, to become a world champion, Dan, that's one of the targets most people in their life when they get into any kind of sport, any kind of game that they dream of. And I mean, both of these guys are just incredible, the amount of titles they've won. But I'm pretty sure both of them will be desperate to get their hands on that trophy at the end of this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing is, everyone knows what the main event is here at these World Championships, or the two main events, because the ladies, obviously, you know, that's exactly the same level of prestige. But I came sort of marginally close to one last year me and Dan Davey made the semis of the doubles, as he's just done. And there was nothing I wanted more at that moment.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the same could be said for Dan. Yes, he'd love to win the main, but any World Championship is such a target. You just, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'd give my right arm for one, you know?
I said to Michael Rhodes last night, I know he's won numerous now top-end amateur snooker things. I know he was on the Pro Snooker Tour at one point. I know he's won 9 bog titles. And I says to him, where does this rank? And he looked at me with a kind of stone face and went, this is the pinnacle. I'm a world champion. And it was kind of that look like, I'm a world champion.
Yeah.
It was just exceptional to see that look on his face. And it just goes to show that the level of Cuesports he's played through the years, this will, for as long as we see Michael playing the game and involved in Cuesports, he's achieved something that everyone wishes that they could. And you could just see the look in his eyes. It meant everything to him, and it was absolute. I mean, we can talk about the atmosphere till we're blue in the face, but that was one of the best atmospheres at any pool match I've ever been involved in.
Yeah. I mean, it was, and do you know what? It always is at the World Final. It is a special day. It's a special moment. We're going to have a re-rack so we can carry on waxing lyrical about this. It's my favourite day of the year in pool terms. I don't think it gets better than World Championship final day.
Yeah, the atmosphere was building very early, even in the ladies' final. Almost every seat taken. All the girls were going mad. Everyone had their support. Both of them served up a fantastic show. Ashley O'Neill came ever so close. She was 2 yellows and a black away from calling herself the world champ, and then all of a sudden the match turned on its head, and Emma Cunningham came flying back and nailed the title to the mast.
Yeah. I hope Ashley's okay, because it was a tough one to take, I suspect. But as I said yesterday during that final, she is good enough that she will be back there. I have absolutely no doubt about it whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, I went over to her and she was gutted, to say the least. And there's not much you can say to anyone in that situation, but it was just a case of use it as fuel, build some character from everything that you've just went through, and also take the positives from how amazing you've played the entire week, the people you've beat to get into that position. But most people would have bit the hand off just to get there. And next time you come back stronger. And she looked at me, she obviously had that look in her face. She was obviously gutted, and she says, I will. And obviously everybody's telling her the same thing, but I thought she was amazing. And sometimes that's just the cruelty of competitive sports. Someone has to lose.
There has to be a loser, yeah. And sometimes it's a shame. And both of last night's finals were examples of that. It was hard not to root for both players.
Yeah, exactly. It's some of the best standard of pool I've witnessed in a long time, and I think we'll see something very, very similar today with the calibre of player that we have in all these finals, or heading towards these finals. We've obviously got 2 of our finals set, and Gareth's going to be in another one. But looking at the doubles pairings, and even the mixed doubles pairings, it's some serious players going to be heading towards these finals.
Yeah, Dan Davey and Liam Power and Mark Boyle and Gio Edgar is underway now, I believe, on table 5. So if you've got a second tablet or a phone and a tablet or whatever combination of electronic devices you like, you can watch both games at the same time. And I would fully encourage it.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be something else, that one. And obviously Matt Brannan and Chris Boron, they're playing Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister. Mark's still playing his mixed doubles just now. But I'm pretty sure, from what we've just seen, the minute he's finished, he'll be straight back on in that one.
100%, yeah. Yeah, there will be no rest. We will work them to the bone today if they're in more than one tournament.
Yeah, if you want to win a title, especially a world title, well, you're going to have to show some kind of severe endurance today, because there will be no respite for anyone that's still in the tournament. Needs a good pot here.
It's just not quite working out for Gareth, is it, at the moment? If he gets this and can just stun across, should be game over. Oh, absolutely nailed. Probably finished a bit straight on this next red. He might have to screw on and off the side rail here.
Yeah, I think he will. He's looking at the top one, but I don't think Gareth will be wanting to leave too thin a cut on it. Is he maybe just stunning back towards the middle? No, that's a shot.
That's perfect.
Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, options are plenty now. Stun down table. Yeah, there we go. Black to the top left. And we're going to continue sort of blow for blow, these two. 3-3. Slightly surprisingly, our first break dish of the match.
Yeah. The guys have made a couple of mistakes and they've took some nice finishes. Gareth's 2-ball finish is going to be up there, but yeah, the first breaking dish out of the first 6, as you say, quite surprising. However, oh, it's all over.
It's interesting because our score must be wrong then, because we had
No, it must be a decider.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. The handshake can. Yeah, it is a decider. I was about to say it's a decider, and then I saw them shaking hands.
We're looking at the
Yvonne
score
walking
thinking,
off.
Yeah.
So decider between Yvonne Ewing and Mark McAllister, and Kelly Denton and Oliver Goddard, Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster, and Shona and Andy Lucas are in a big battle as well. They're 4-all. Not still to play for. Well, Ronan has kept the cue ball off on the table, rather. But nothing else has found gravity.
Yeah, he's gonna need to fix that. That's a couple of dry breaks. And if you're gonna beat Gareth in any match, never mind the world final, the break-off shot. And I know we keep saying it, but it is so important. The level that these guys play at, it's it really is one of the most important shots in the game.
Yeah, I think the one thing that Ronan could take is that it's 3-all because, frankly,
exactly.
Given the way the breaks, I mean, so Ronan's had 2 dry breaks, 1 foul break, and 1 good break. So Gareth's had the lion's share of first opportunities in this match. But it's 3-all. It'll be a slight disappointment for Gareth. But it won't faze him. And it'll feel a lot better if he takes these out.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets these and he's breaking in the next frame, it could be a massive momentum shift in this match. Something that Ronan will not want to see. I think these reds almost map themselves out, so it's just about a little bit of cue ball control from Gareth, just getting it right. And I think there's a good chance here that Gareth might end up 4-3 in front. With the 2 reds to the left, going to be slightly awkward.
Yeah, I've got a feeling if he could screw back off the red to right centre, but leave an angle on the one that's on the rail, we might see him top that through and back through the gap between yellow and 8-ball. Oh no, he's going after it now. A little bit surprised at this. I think the same shot is on, but now he's got to finish quite straight on that red to the centre, unless it goes up to the top right. Is he gonna take it to the top right and then run through for the one to the middle? So I wouldn't want to be leaving that one in the middle of the table till last.
Yeah, he's going to go top right. Needs to stop. Perfect. Looks just about perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. It looks quite tight to that yellow, doesn't it? But
Yeah.
the cue ball being that, whatever it is, eighth of an inch smaller actually makes a big difference in shots like that as well.
Yeah, I've seen myself every now and again go, that's really tight. And then I actually say out loud, just remember the white smaller.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you can kind of judge things a bit better. So the dry break is being punished. And it's going to be break dish, reverse dish. And can he do something similar from his own break and create a bit of daylight for the first time in this match? 4-3, Gareth Ibbott. No, Gio and Mark Boyle are defending champions. In a bit of a match here against Dan and Liam Power. It looks like that shot might be from the break.
Yeah, this is the first frame. And, well, it can't have been going on for 12 minutes and this still be the situation, can it?
No, I mean, I think it had already started on Cuescore, but the guys were still messing around at the table, I think.
Yeah, get on with it.
Yeah, I think they were getting some pictures and stuff. I'm sure I've seen Dave McNamara's flip-flops.
Oh, no. I was just about to say what a brilliant break. And it is. But the cue ball was travelling. And unfortunately for Gareth Ibbott, it was travelling straight into the right centre pocket. And perhaps this is what Ronan McCarthy needs to kickstart his charge for the title once again, because he's been sat in his seat for a little while now.
Yeah, I mean, he could have made the decision to take either set, but reds are the car that he's gone for.
I mean, it literally doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You don't get many more open tables than these.
No, I don't think he would be taking too long over these.
On the other hand, if it was Ben Davis, we'd be racking up for the next frame by now.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
astonishing performance last night. If you missed last night's World Championship final, don't go and watch it now because we're live.
Yeah.
And we want you here. But if you get a chance during the week or later on tonight, please go and watch it. It is astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be one of the first things in my list when I get home.
Yeah, I'm going to watch it back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's sad, isn't it? But I absolutely will be watching it back. I've got to. I do think it was one moment away from being one of the. It could have been the best ever if we'd had a deciding set.
Yeah.
I think if we'd gone to a decider, it would have been the best ever. But it was still magnificent. Ronan McCarthy does what Ronan McCarthy does. 4-all.
It looks like Gareth is going to take a quick comfort break, so we will stay on this one for a few minutes at least.
Says a lot about the breaks in this game that we've had 4 reverse dishes in the first 8 frames.
Yeah. When we talk about how big the break-off is for yourself, actually Liam Dunster had mentioned to me that he's actually considering, after a lot of years, changing his break.
Really?
Yeah, when he played Dean in was it the semi-finals? No, quarterfinals, sorry. Played Dean in the quarterfinals, and he said he had 1 ball off the break in 22 or something like that. And I spoke to Dean about it, and Dean said, yeah, his break was really, really, really bad, and it was...
You can't win a match like that.
No.
It's not possible. Not at this level.
Not exactly. And it's tough. It's already a hard enough game when you're playing well, but when the break's not going for you. And I think Dean, for me, he really impressed me with his break over the week. So it was a tough one for Liam, and he did say that he's considering now working on a different break.
Yeah. That would be interesting, because Liam's such a sort of student of the game, if you like. He's almost sort of scientific and clinical about the way he does everything.
Exactly.
So it'd be interesting to see what he comes up with.
Well, that's
because if his break's not working, and let's be fair, Liam's never had the biggest break or got the most movement, but he's always guaranteed a ball, you feel.
Yeah.
Like he's got that little tap break in his locker where he guarantees one in the middle. You know, he's always had options with the way that he plays it. But if he feels like he needs something new, I'm quite excited to see what he comes up with.
Yeah, exactly. I actually said to him, I went, Liam, although Mark Boyle has probably got the biggest cut break we're ever going to see, Liam's is not as big, but it was always really good. He would generally get a ball, and if he didn't have the chance to finish, he would gain control of frames.
Yep.
And it was very deliberate the way he would go about it. But now he's saying he's struggling to get the ball, and I'm thinking, why do you think that is? And it might go back to what Scott Gillespie said on comms earlier in the week. He believes you can work on timing, you can work on how you strike it, you can work on point of contact, staying down, all these things. He says, but the minute the cue ball leaves the tip, it's in the hands of the gods.
Yes, I mean, of course, but you can still, I think you can still improve those odds. You know, and all of those things do improve those odds. So, and I think for Liam, you know, that's kind of the way he'll probably think about it. He will be looking at the percentages. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if he had a lab coat on and test tubes in the background.
Yeah, I can
trying
imagine.
to work on the perfect break.
He'll get someone to write a program so that he's got all the data that he can find out what's happening. Is it skidding to the left? What the point of contact is? What the force is? And I can just imagine Liam.
I love that. I love that sort of analytical mind. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
And the thing is, it's what makes him the player that he is. And I know there's always people with their opinions on if you play fast. I mean, there was actually people complaining about how fast Ben played last night. And then speaking to Liam, and Liam said, what is it that they're wanting? They complain to me that I play too slow, and now they're complaining about someone that plays fast. Is there a set pace that people need to play at for it to be good? It's like, it's just...
I don't understand how you can watch that and be anything other than entertained last night.
It was absolutely ridiculous. It's one of the most exciting matches I've ever witnessed. It just really was. It just had a bit of everything, but it was the atmosphere in the arena, the look on people's faces, the connections that were growing around the room. It was just insane. And yeah, I mean, to come across as someone that didn't enjoy that, then maybe you're watching the wrong game.
Yeah. You can't not enjoy that. I can understand. I disagree, but I can understand when people say, you know, Liam's a slower player, and he's not as exciting. But I just love watching him because it's nice to see perfection.
Yeah, exactly.
You know? But if you're watching Ben last night and are anything other than, and Michael, but Ben speed-wise was crazy. If you're watching that last night and you are anything other than entertained, then you need to get a life. It's just nothing. I haven't got a bad word to say about that final. It was so good.
Oh, that's a great shot. He's played that with a little touch aside just to make sure he got the cue ball away from those yellows. What a finish. Ronan McCarthy. Edging never so close.
Yeah, we're getting down to the business end of this match now, that's for sure.
Liam Power breaking off in that doubles match. Mark Boyle and Gio Edgar, the defending champions, 1 frame up. That is some break as well.
Oh, cruel.
Wow.
Really cruel, that. How that cue ball's found that gap.
It's actually the old hands of it's in the hands of God, because that is that. Oh, I mean, that is harsh. Very, very harsh.
Yep. And look at the table that's left for Mark and Gio. You would think that's 2-0.
Gareth needs a big break here. He's got it. Now, does he have a chance? I think he might. Oh, those two yellows. Well, saying that, I think the top one of the two will go in the top left. I think the one closest to the right-hand cushion up there might just be the right connector.
Yeah, it's
he's looking at it.
Interesting table, this, because there's a part of me that thinks he'd like to take the yellow below the cue ball now, but I think that needs to be his last ball unless he's going to move the 8 ball. I don't think that'll go left centre. If it goes left centre, then I think he takes that now, because you're not going to land more nicely on this yellow.
Yeah, he's having a look at that as a connection to the black ball just now. He's going to give that up. I think it does possibly go to the left centre.
I think it must. So I suspect then that the furthest yellow down table now will be his last one.
Yeah, I mean, even if he lands where he is just now, he's got it in the bottom right.
Yeah.
And you would fancy Gareth to get it, but
yeah,
I think he would want to be a bit more precise than that. And I think if it goes in the left centre,
oh, he's taking this now. So.
Yeah, so I think he's going to play it in the bottom right then.
Yep. Yeah, so I think the yellow in the middle of the table might be last ball now.
Yeah. So it could be top right, top left again, top right, and then middle last. But
say that again 5 times fast.
It's not straightforward.
Yeah, he's dragged that in, and he's okay.
Yeah, but I mean, I was expecting him to go a touch higher, but he's going to go on off the top cushion. Take the one to the top left next, I think.
It's got to run. Yeah, just about perfect.
He'll have some options because the yellow in the middle of the table goes in every bag except the one to the right middle. So he will have some options how he goes about playing on the black. And that changes things. I think he can just about run on and off the top cushion.
I think worst case, he could screw back almost to where he is now, maybe a couple of inches further left.
Just nip it so slightly.
Yeah, I think he's straight enough on this that he can. He's looking at yellow to bottom left. Now, if he's going to play that, cue ball needs to be a bit further right on the table, but it's quite a small window to land in. If you go too far right, you're going to be nowhere.
Yeah, I think this must go in the middle.
It's got it. He's playing it there now. Absolutely. It might even be a big pocket. I can't see exactly how close that red is. But I suspect if you played it off the back of that red, probably fly in. He might need to because he's going to be cueing this from an awkward place. This is not easy. I think he might use the red. Play it with a bit of positivity.
Good shot.
Whoa.
And I tell you what, that was close to not dropping. But Dan, you got it spot on. In off the red. Probably thought he had to play it harder than that to go in off the red. But it's dropped.
I think it's just because he was queuing off the rail as well. I think playing it off the red made it easier to just cue it. Like, you don't want to be dropping that in. It's so easy to miscue or just add a little bit of unwanted side. Here's Gio Edgar. This is for 2-0. They've taken their time over this frame. I didn't expect it to take that long, to be honest. 5 apiece in this Supreme IPA World Championships Seniors final.
Yeah, we're getting served a bit of a classic. We've had some breaking dishes over the last while. We didn't have more reverses at the start, but it's still on break right now, and We're down to a best of 5.
Yeah, and the last 5 frames have all been dishes. Either break or reverse.
Yeah, the standard is slightly went up.
It's not bad, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Ronan's break is dry once again.
It is not the best of tables. Gareth already looking at ways to bring things into play. Red off the yellow at the top. The red closest to the yellow on the top cushion. It looks like there's a gap between the 2 yellows if he can get on it. And I don't think Gareth will refuse these here. Yeah, he's having a second look at that. He's landed a touch short. He's still got a red into the middle to bring it back a bit further, so
I just wonder whether he changes tack slightly now and lands on the red on the top rail. Because he's got a lovely angle here to just nudge into the yellow on the top rail and maybe land on that now. And then could play off the one in the middle to open everything else up. He's tried to move it, but he's missed it completely.
and every yellow now flies in.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone any worse.
Yeah, he's got that super thick, and all of a sudden, Ronan has a chance to get in front at the business end of this World Championship final. One of these guys will become the Seniors World Champ. And Ronan McCarthy might just have gained a little advantage.
That yellow past that red, it must do. Looks tight. If not, has he just tried to get out for one to the middle? I mean,
Yeah.
if he has, he's really hampered, and this next shot is really tricky.
Yeah, it
Must pass.
Not far away from where he pointed his cue. And just getting out from this top side of the table, all of a sudden, these yellows have become really straightforward. Yeah, he wasn't playing that, but he'll take it.
Yeah, a small hand of apology there. A flick of the wrist. For such a simple looking finish, that has just raised the difficulty level a notch. This next shot's got to be very good. To avoid the red. Now, if he's on that one in the middle, then it's easy street. It's game over. If not, one more good shot required. That is there. Are you taking this to the bottom left?
Yeah, I wasn't sure that he could pass the black. He's played a great shot, a bit of a stun run through just to make sure. And Ronan McCarthy looking in the zone after a pretty uncharacteristic mistake from Gareth Ibbott, especially at this stage in the match. You don't want to be making them.
No, and we've seen a couple. I would say more notably from Gareth than Ronan as well. Ronan hasn't been perfect in this game, but I think it's been his break letting him down more than it has Gareth. Gareth's mistakes have let him down. They've crept in. Mark Boyle and Gio Edgar at the table once again. And I think they're on reds, and I think this looks very much like 3-0, as long as there's one good positional shot here from Mark. Which Surprise, surprise, there is.
Yeah, he's normally not too bad.
No, he's all right.
Yeah, just about average. Our world number 1. By a long way, I must say.
Yeah. Another disappointment for him in this, though.
Yeah.
You've got to say
It seems to be that kind of hoodoo thinging over him. He just can't say. This is the first time this year he's got past the last 16,
Yeah.
which I found incredible.
it's unbelievable. But it's the fact is, it is a glaring omission from his
Yeah,
trophy cabinet.
Oh,
It's not going to drop. It's not going to drop. Ronan McCarthy's out of his seat already. Oh, wow. Look at these. Look at the reds. Just the 2 reds that are closest to the cue ball. Where do they go? Does the one that's closest to the cue ball go to the right centre? Because if it does, then you feel like that should be the frame, really.
yeah,
It's under hit. Still got options.
he has, and it's a massive frame to go 1 away from the championship.
Wonder whether he was looking at the bottom of those 2 reds. Maybe he could play it in
Yeah.
off the one into the left centre, or does it go into the left centre? Could he play it as a plant? The key to this finish is definitely those, though.
Yeah, I think he would admit that he wasn't exactly where he wanted to be there, but I think the way the balls have been positioned, he was always going to have a different option. Just had to reroute and decide to go again.
This is perfect. That's a great shot. I think that's one of the key takeaways that I've learnt from studying the game and talking to the top pros. They always find ways to leave themselves options. They very rarely go into a finish that only goes one way.
Yeah. Yeah, they do find a way of having the worst case scenario work out for them.
The way Ronan played that, I feel like he's played it as a skill shot on purpose, but I'm surprised because having a red over that left centre would have been a really nice way to get on the last red. Should just be able to stun up past the yellow now.
Yeah, he's looking at playing to the right hand side. Doesn't want to go too high. Yeah, he's okay. That's bang on.
There's lots of traffic playing it this way though as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would have preferred to be at the opposite side, but I think he's just about okay.
Oh,
I don't
cue ball.
like this. He's decided to be greedy. I thought he could just run into the yellow, play it out the way, and then give himself the longer kind of black. But wow,
Yeah.
what a moment for that mistake.
But that's exactly why I expected him to go down the left-hand side, because the yellow next to the red, his last red, was actually a lovely little blocker. And the cue ball would have been where that yellow is now, which is kind of what will be the highest one after Gareth pots that. And that's an easy black. He's not going to miss that.
No, I know.
That was a slightly bizarre choice of shot, I feel. Easy to say, of course, but...
Yeah,
It was the skill shot for me. I didn't understand why he potted both. I just thought, then you've got a lovely little link ball there.
yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that he's deliberately played it because
100%.
the pace, it was never going to just stay over the pocket. It was always going to fall through. The only way it would have stayed out is if he was playing it to go towards the high end of the pocket and maybe coming back off the jaw. But he's 100% played the skill shot. So, yeah, I mean, I still fancied him to get them. It's another misjudgment. He's trying to just play down onto the yellow at the side, the right-hand side that Gareth just dropped on. And
That's a beauty, by the way.
yeah, fantastic stuff.
Just run this through 2 or 3 inches. Just drop it in, bit of drag maybe. He's stunned it, lovely.
Yeah, he's going to have to go on and off the bottom cushion now, which is not a problem. A little bit of reverse side, just to hold the cue ball. And this match is about to go 6-all, and these two guys, am I right in saying no one has got a 2-frame lead in this match?
Since frame number 2, Ronan McCarthy was 2-0 up.
There you go.
But, yes, essentially since then, no. No, it's been slightly topsy-turvy. Gareth has only led once. He was 4-3 up. But yeah, it's been nip and tuck all the way, and we are now down to a best of 3 for the IPA Supreme World Championships Seniors Crown of 2025.
Someone is going to be a world champion very, very soon. And it's hard to pick a winner right now.
Seems like every time we cut to that other table, it's Mark and Gio at the table. I can tell you Dan and Liam have got 1 frame back, so it's 3-1 to the Scottish pair now.
Massive chance here. He's got one, and the reds stick out like a sore thumb.
Bit jabby.
Yeah. I can't. I've said this a few times, but I can't see where he's going to make a mistake. But then all of a sudden...
Yeah, not with that shot, though. That shot's great.
Absolutely perfect.
So many options now.
Gareth is going to be breaking.
I think he's got to take this one on the right-hand side now. Oh, well, he could take one of the 2 to the middle. That might be the best option.
Yeah, left middle and then bottom right and then the middle one so he can get the connector for... In saying that,
No, I think he's got
he'll
to
leave
take...
that one at last.
I think he'll take the one below the black spot till last. Sorry, no, the one above the black spot. I think that will be last because he's got a nice little window.
Yeah, he's going to have to play some running side on this, get through the gap. That's okay.
It's a little straight.
Mate, just
if that red went top right, I think he just drops it in there. But
I think he can just go towards the black here. Yeah, bit of side on it. Powerful stunt. Created the angle. And Ronan McCarthy is going to be 1 frame away from being crowned as Seniors IPA Supreme World Champion. Gareth Hibbett to break in the next frame. All he can do is try and get it and hope that Ronan makes a mistake of his.
as Mark Boyle rolls in a black for 4-1, doesn't look like Dan Davey and Liam Power have had very much to go at in that match whatsoever. And they're finding themselves trailing to the defending champions. Mark McAllister there, missing an 8-ball for the first frame of that match between himself and Scott Gillespie and Chris Bowron and Matt Brannan. Both of our doubles semi-finals currently underway. That looks like a lovely shot there from Chris.
I think Matt's going to play a snooker. I don't think he's on it.
I think he might be, but it is hard to tell because there's someone in the way.
Oh, it must have been tight. Matt, a Scottish international seniors player, and I didn't know him. I didn't know Matt that well, and then I met him at I think it might have been the Worlds last year.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "How you doing, Matt?" And he spoke back to me, and I went, "He doesn't sound Scottish."
I see another Scott Anderson.
He's another, and he's played a lot of pool in the internationals for quite a while in Scotland. But as I say, I was kind of taken aback for a few moments, and then I think he's got. I mean, I'm assuming he has to have some kind of Scottish heritage. heritage, because
I mean, all international sports are a bit like it now, aren't they?
there seems to be a thing where if you go and live in a country for a few years, all of a sudden you're playing for that country.
Yeah.
And I think
My grandsister's cousin, you know.
I mean, I know Scott is obviously, he is basically Scottish and stuff like that, but he doesn't sound like it. And he's played for England.
Yeah.
And he's,
Yeah.
but I must admit,
I'm just personally jealous of people who have, you know, family from other countries. I'm so English it hurts, so I don't get the opportunity.
yeah, I think it's slightly different the way I see some of the guys, obviously through the pool world and the international scene, and they'll post absolutely delighted that I've qualified for whatever the team is, whatever England team or Wales or whatever it is. And Scotland, although we have loads of rules and stuff in place, we expect the managers to go and pick the best teams based on rankings and other things like that. But it is slightly different. I've noticed that. But Matt and Scott, I mean, who's to say your accent says where you come from? I mean, look at Gordon Ramsay.
It absolutely does not. Yeah, you know, you're not wrong. Now then, back to this.
Incredible.
Because Gareth Hibbert's missed a plant and Ronan McCarthy has a chance to become the World Seniors Champion.
And I have to say, Dan, it's a pretty good chance. They're not always going to be easy, but if someone said to you beforehand, I'm going to give you this to become a world champion, you'd bite the hand off.
2 big shots here. One will be this first one. This is not easy. I don't think he can put anything in the top half of the table. So he's got to pop this and get out again. And he's missed it. He's missed it. And what an opportunity now for Gareth. I think we're going 7-all.
Wow.
That was a huge shot. Gareth was a little bit lucky, I think, not to leave an easier red than that. But the only thing you can see going wrong here for Gareth surely is the 8-ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy by a long way, but if he can drop on it, Gareth will fancy playing it down the cushion, and I don't think he'll miss that. The only thing is, if he lands awkward on it, all of a sudden it becomes really, really tough. And yeah, I mean, this is pressure. 7-6 down in a World Championship final. And you've got a plant to play, a ball along the top rail, and the black is really awkward.
I'm almost wondering whether he's going to maybe play 2 plants and he could sort of screw behind the one on the rail. It would be risky.
Super aggressive.
Yeah. It's a nice shot, that.
I actually think after seeing a couple of shots Ronan's played, Ronan might have actually rolled the top ball and played a snooker behind the yellow at the top.
Yeah.
I just noticing the way Ronan played the game with the snooker he played a couple of frames ago. But Gareth did punish him with a fantastic shot and finish.
Yeah. This cue ball's going to be close-ish to the centre pocket. He's throwing that a little bit wide. This is no gimme.
Yeah, this is what I was thinking. If it landed slightly awkward, it becomes a massive, massive shot. I think if he's right behind it, he gets it every time.
Oh.
But he doesn't need to be right behind it because he's Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, it's like it was over the pocket. I will say, I think the one good thing going for Gareth there was the way he played it, where the cue ball was going to end up. Don't think he was leaving Ronan much of a shot. 7-all. We have our first decider. Our first deciding frame of this year's World Championship finals. Wouldn't surprise me if we had 4 today, to be honest.
Yeah, it's gone all the way. And I think the way the match has gone, it's just been tit for tat the whole way to here. So I'm kind of glad.
Yep. So technically, Ronan McCarthy has the advantage because he is breaking. But his break hasn't worked much in this match.
The World Championship frame, break-off shot.
He hasn't hit those particularly hard.
And it's going to be dry.
And it's going to be first opportunity to Gareth Hibbert.
Now, yellows?
I think it is. I think the red next to the 8-ball is not great. That does go. It goes left centre, and both colour sets have got one on the rails. You've got. Yeah, it's a bit of a toss up. This.
Yeah, it's got its problems in both sets.
I think yellows is just the slightly more natural pattern. But you want to get across to that left-hand side one early. Surely he's not playing this as a plant, is he? Or does it pass?
Is he going up for the top yellow now?
He is, but he's overdone this.
It needs to slow down. I think he's on it.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think he's on it, but he's not going to have anything easy. Well, he will have if he can play the gap to the one at the bottom.
Just don't know how much angle he's got.
Yes. It was never going to be easy. The pressure that's in any final, never mind the World Championship final, but he's just about on it.
Looks like he's screwing away from this, so must be straight.
Oh, that's good. That is very good. He's been super fortunate to land as straight as he did. Any slight angle on the wrong side, and he would have had some problems.
I think the shot now is yellow to the bottom left. But I think you've got to take the one on the rail after that and screw back. Oh, he's going to go down for the one over the pocket first. Maybe the one on the rail is his last ball.
He wanted the ball to the middle, I think, there.
Yeah, I think so too. Or to the bottom right. He might still be on that. It's not getting any easier, this, is it?
So he's going to have to play for the one up the top left now.
I
think that's going to... That might be the last now.
Yeah, I made it... Yeah, I think it has been in his mind because...
Yeah, I think he would have preferred those two shots to be his last two, but he's having to go back across. So it's just about the angle it leaves in the one to the bottom right. It's going to be huge.
Yeah, I think landing anywhere between those two reds here, just so long as he can get to the bottom of the cue ball. That's the key.
That's okay.
That's spot on, I think.
Nice little stun across.
Got to get straight on that yellow, really. You could leave an angle and pop out and leave a more difficult black. But close to straight is better. That's pretty good.
Absolutely huge.
Yeah, it's maybe a fraction too straight in some ways because he's going to be queuing off the rail for the 8-ball.
He's going to have to just take his medicine.
Oh, that wobbled. That wobbled its way in.
I mean, I'm thinking he's just going to jab back a couple of inches, maybe be high above the pocket. But Gareth Hibbett, Dan, I think he's about to become the world champion here. And he has done.
Absolutely magnificent stuff from Gareth Hibbett and from Ronan McCarthy. We went all the way. It was a titanic tussle from start to finish. But it's Gareth Hibbett who is the IPA Supreme World Championships Seniors Champion. Magnificent from both players. And the man they call the Godfather rolls on. Now, Dan Davey is breaking on table 5. And him and Liam Power are in serious bother. 6-1 down currently to Mark Boyle and Gio Edgar. So they need 5 frames and a penalty shootout as well. Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister 2-0 up against Chris Bower and Matt Brannan in that as well. And we'll bring you some more scores when we come back after the trophy presentation. That should be underway any moment, where Gareth Hibbett receives his second IPA World Championships Seniors crown.
Welcome back, guys, to the Seniors World Championship final brought to you by Supreme here at the IPA, where we had Gareth Hibbett and Ronan McCarthy going head to head in a fantastic final. Let's hear it for the players, guys. First up, we're going to have a chat to Ronan. You've played really well this week, mate. Just wasn't to be in this final.
I've played all right. My breaking's been just the usual terrible, but apart from that, I feel like I'm playing all right. But if you can't break, you can't win.
We actually mentioned it in the commentary. There was a point in the match where there was 4 reverse dishes between you, and then there was a breaking dish after it, but the break became quite big in the end.
Yeah, well, it's always been a weakness in my game, but this week in particular, it's been actually really, really bad. But no, I was just hoping to get a chance in the final frame. But fair play to Gareth, he's a great champion and well deserving. He took out a lovely finish in the decider, so fair play to him.
How does it feel being back on the IPA?
That was great. It's been a great tournament. I've really enjoyed it. The tables were lovely. Everybody's very friendly. Couldn't fault it. Great competition, and hopefully be back next year.
Well, commiserations to you, Ronan. You've played great all week. Unlucky, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers, my man. Thank you. And guys, without further ado, Gareth Hibbett. Gareth Hibbett and world champion. Rings quite good.
Yeah, it sounds good, mate. Yeah, it's nice to finish the weekend with something good.
You've got a chance again coming up, but obviously this one here, you came here to get the main event. It didn't go your way, so I think, did you have the bit between your teeth to try and get over the line in at least one of these?
A little bit, but yesterday was such a slog because even after I lost Friday, we had to go somewhere, and we literally got 3 hours sleep on Friday night. So yesterday was just a slog, hoping to get through in at least one of them. To get 2 was a bonus, and today's a new day, and I actually feel like I'm queuing again now.
Yeah, you played great. As I said there with Ronan, there was a couple of reverse dishes right after each other in the breaking dishes, but the chance at the end, it wasn't easy. It just landed a bit awkward, but...
Yeah, I just came straight on the first one, which made it, had to reroute a couple of times. So, yeah, just a couple of silly errors early on because this plays a little more generous than some of the others, and you can take pots for granted, and Ronan did the same with his cue ball, went in off a couple of shots that he'd never going off because it's more reactive, and then I think at 4-3 up of it, as good a break as you can possibly hit and gone in off, and that was the only time I was in front, and I thought if I get 2 in front I've got a chance, but then it was chasing again. So
well, congratulations, mate. You are the seniors IPA Supreme World Champion. It just seems to keep going and getting better and better as we go on.
Yeah, it certainly was. I mean, it was a worthy ending, you know, to have that deciding frame. I know it's not great for the players having the deciding frame, but it's great for the viewers. And another World Championship title for Gareth Hibbett. But Ronan's played his part in a really great final.
Yeah, we mentioned that in comms. Dan Fairby was in there, and it probably would have been harsh if it didn't go to a decider. There was a few things back and forth. A couple of them made mistakes early, reverse dishes, breaking dishes, and then for it to go to a deciding frame, and then Gareth to take what I think was a really tough finish under that pressure. This was fantastic.
Yeah, you've absolutely hit the nail on the head there. There's a lot of pressure out here on this, in playing in these world finals on this championship table. But the way he went about that finish at the end, yes, it was a dry break from Ronan, so Ronan did have the first opportunity. But sometimes when the pool gods aren't with you, that can happen. But as you said, an absolutely fantastic clearance from Gareth Hibbett.
And Gareth Hibbett is the seniors world champion, but we're going to be crowning a Masters IPA Supreme World Champion very, very soon.
What a fantastic final. What an advert for pool, for seniors pool. And those 2 seniors finalists were actually Masters players as well, both over 50. Great seeing Ronan again after so many years. And a mouth-watering final to look forward to as well. Guess who it is? It's Gareth Abbott again. He's playing maybe an unknown to some, but people that will know the pool scene will know Martin Jonesy Jones. Martin's always been a fantastic player. However, quite a high-powered job meant that he couldn't turn professional because he was just so busy with work and family life and things like that. But recently, he has been absolutely bossing the seniors and the Masters tour up in Scotland. It's great to see him in a major final, so we're getting that to look forward to just coming up. A little bit of side action here, and we have both the semi-finals of the doubles on. This is Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister of Scotland, and they are playing Matt Brannan and Chris Boren. I think they're a couple of frames up just now. I'm just going to get updated with that. Yeah, they're actually 3 to the good. In the other semi-final, we have got Mark Boyle and Gio Egger against Dan Davey and Liam Power, young Liam. And it is 6-1, Mark Boyle and Gio Egger. And the talker who's just at my side is saying it's now 7-1. So that's match over. While the table's prepared for the final, we'll just set up with this action. And I can introduce this to you yet again. My partner in crime, I feel, this weekend, to be honest with you. It's professional player Dave Adenall. How are you doing again, Dave?
I'm good, yeah, it's great to be back. Gareth in another final.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Evergreen. The Godfather. Is the oldest pro? Must be the oldest pro, huh?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
And still at the very top of his game. I was discussing that the treasurer of the IPA, Paul Corrigan, earlier, and they're just like, Gareth, like you're a freak of nature, isn't he?
Yeah, it's incredible how he does it. Yeah, he just seems to be getting better with age. It's quite incredible.
So, Stevie was just saying to me there that Mark Boyle and Gio Egger, there you go, that's just confirmation. Anybody that's watching on Cuescore, 7-1 winners against Dan Davey and Liam Power, and Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister are making short work of Chris Boren and Matt Brannan. That's a wee bit of bonus action that you're watching just now as the players get their practice for the Masters final. So the Masters is the over 50 event, and as I said, I was explaining earlier on about, I think, a guy you know quite well as well as Martin Jones. Yeah,
I'm not sure if I've seen much of him play, to be honest.
Okay. I was just, I thought you'd been in Dunfermline a couple of times for your like international events and that sort of. Martin had a quite high powered job. Martin played a lot of international stuff and things like that, but because of his job and his family and that, he didn't quite. He was always good enough to turn pro and things like that, but he didn't because he couldn't commit to weekends. But now he's got a lot more time, and he's actually smashing our seniors and masters up in Scotland just now. So it's not his first rodeo, so this should be actually quite a good final, Dave.
That's great to hear. Like a player of that quality, then it's got more time to commit to these events. It's great to have him here. Never got a chance to see him on the international. I've not been able to represent the Isle of Man for a lot of years. Unfortunately, we've not been able to represent, so not been able to see him. But now it's great to see a player of that quality.
It'll be interesting to see how he adapts with the TV, with the stream, the big stage. He's certainly no short of confidence, but obviously with that table playing different, he's going to be playing a guy who's now playing his third match in a row on the TV table. And, I mean, Gareth's just a top drawer anyway. The fact he knows the table inside out, and Martin's coming onto the table without pretty much knowing it, its bounces and things like that. So I'm sure he'll be utilising his 3 or 4 minutes to take grips with the conditions.
Yeah, I think it's getting used to shots that you feel may catch you out, like the cushions and the spin as well off the cushions. I find as well pots down the rail. So they're the sort of little things you can practice if you're not played on it before, because they do play totally different. And if this is potentially Martin's first time on the stream
I
table.
think this is his first time on the stream table at the IPA for certain. Obviously up in his home country, he's played on streams quite a lot, and he can deal with that. Not an issue. Not quite the same as playing on like the actual TV when the camera's like rolling in front of you, but nonetheless, he knows there'll be a lot of supporters in the Dunfermline area and in Scotland shouting him on here, so he's got that added pressure.
Yeah, it's good that he's got all them supporting him. And also, like you say, it's not just the fact of being on stream, it's just with it all being brand new conditions, the slide of the cushions. It just does make such a difference.
And so that's a referee. All the side tables today are on a shot clock. We have still got so much to bring you today. We have got now the Masters final. We've got the doubles final. We also have the mixed doubles final. And I think that's in the semi-final stage as well. So stay tuned. Still lots of entertainment. We already have 3 world champions. Congratulations to all of them.
And what a final that was! It was incredible, wasn't it?
It was just so good. So congratulations, Michael Rhodes. Ladies final also. I felt so sorry for Ashley because she was so close to possibly an upset, and just failed in a positional shot, and then that was all she wrote. And Emma Cunningham just showed the true champion she is.
Yeah, and that was exactly it. Ashley was 3-2 up in the second set to win it, and Emma came out with 2 incredible clearances, particularly to go 3 each in that second set, and that's what kept her in the match. And yeah, it was quite incredible what Emma did in them last 2 frames.
Yep. So well done, Michael Rhodes, Emma Cunningham, and newly crowned Gareth Ibbott for the seniors. Can he do the double? That's the big question. And this doubles game has been very interesting. Many times Scott and Mark have missed the last ball or the black, and then it's been basically blown back to them, to be honest with you, and that's what's given them such a comfortable lead. I think if they do progress, that's certainly not going to happen to them against Mark Boyle and G. Wegger, for sure. So that was our secretary in there. All the trophies are in this little room we have. So she was in trying to not make any noise at all, organising everything as per usual. And a big shout out, well, I've got a little bit of time here, to everybody. All the guest commentators, Dave, everybody, Liam Dunster, Chris Boron, Dan Davey, all the professional players that's come in. I hope I don't miss him. Craig Marsh. Don't like to miss anybody out. Thanks so much to them. It's great having their input. It really is. To Stevie the Talker Walker. Oh man. And he's just getting better and better at what he does. Mark Pickworth. Fantastic. His experience is invaluable to the team. Also to our referees. Darren Maidment, our senior referee, Brian Moss, Rick, Fiona, Tom, and Kevin Chalmers, who was here for the first few days. Fantastic effort. But I think the biggest shout out needs to go to our chairman and our treasurer, Santa and Paul Corrigan. They seem to have turned things around great here. The players seem to be buzzing and really looking forward to the tour for this year, Dave.
Yeah, very much so. And like you say, everyone there you mentioned, you know, we wouldn't be able to do all this without every single person. So there's a lot of hard work. I think Dave McNamara is, you know, he's gone above and beyond. You know,
how can I forget Dave? How can I possibly forget Dave?
It's incredible the time and effort he's put in, and you know, but like everyone that's put the time and effort in, it's all for us players. So certainly as a player, I'm certainly grateful, and you know, it's just fantastic to see. And
so go on the IPA page, guys. You'll see loads of content, and that's all the doing of Dave McNamara. He's been absolutely fantastic this week. It's great, but firstly, it's great having him back because he's a very talented player. But the fact that he's doing the dual role of doing all the stuff, all the content for the page, I mean, it's just like wonderful. Also, don't let me forget our wonderful sponsors. I'm going to go over to Mark Pickworth and Stevie Walker.
Welcome back to the Supreme IPA World Championships. And already we've seen one World Champion crowned in Gareth Hewitt, but this one's the next one, the Masters one. Tell us a little bit about these two players then, Stephen.
Yeah, well, Gareth is obviously back on again. It reminds me a bit of the when you used to go to the pub and the guy would hold the table all night, and that's like Gareth right now. He just final after final, and what a chance to become a two tournament world champion the same week.
Yeah, it's not easy to do so, especially in the field and that. But you know, it'd be a massive feat. And but tell us a little bit about Martin.
Yeah, I know Martin well. Obviously, he's from Scotland. He's played outstanding. I spoke to him earlier, saying he's feeling quite good. It's going to be a new experience on the TV table on the shot clock. He's won numerous titles back home, and he's a player that can play at the highest level, if you ask me. So this should be a fantastic final.
And a little bit, what's Martin really got to do to try and beat, you know, a possibility of a two-time world champion?
Yeah, I think obviously getting settled early. The break is massive. If we can get the break going, gets a good feel for the table, because everyone says, all the pros have always mentioned that it plays a bit different in here, a little bit more slide and a bit more reactive. So I think the earlier he can get used to the table and the cloth and the balls and stuff like that will make a massive difference. But I think just settling down, because he's a fantastic player.
Well, thanks very much. The Masters final is next. Let's head over to the commentary now with David Adenall. But first of all, Alan Reynolds.
Thanks for the build-up, guys. As I was just about to say before you clicked into gear, Mark and Stevie, our sponsors, Supreme Tables. These tables are just outstanding. Also, the cloth that's on them is a Strachan 861 cloth. The players have been raving about it. And Aramith. The Aramith Super Pro balls. That Gareth has just smashed the cue ball and is broke in the first frame of this match.
he has got such a strong break as Gareth. It's really incredible. The power he generates behind it is. So tricky layout here. Does look like reds is the option. Well, definitely because of that yellow on the two reds there. But we'll have a couple of another tricky red just to the right of the 8 ball. But he can get in behind that and go long if needed, or later on get behind it. That also goes into left middle. So it's just working out the pattern now.
Gareth will be desperate to keep Martin in his chair for as long as possible. Obviously, he'll be knowing that Martin's probably Martin's first appearance on this table. Gareth's obviously been on it now for a good hour, maybe a couple of hours.
Yeah, he won't be wanting to let Martin settle early in the match anyway. You want to keep him in his seat as long as possible. And especially like we alluded to earlier about getting used to the table, that makes it even more so. So
yeah, he's gambled a little, which he had to. It's actually come out quite nice, Dave.
yeah, it's come out nice. The red in the bottom right, I think, will be his next ball. He can maybe cannon into the yellow or the red. I think the red, but it's just making sure that red doesn't get in the way of his next shot. Because he's got 2 yellows, 3 reds into the left middle he can play for. Yep.
Yeah, that's worked out just as you said, Dave. That's perfect.
It's a good pace. It's just as long as he can still get through to the top of them 2 reds, and Might have to be a trace of left hand side, maybe.
I think they all go, Dave. I think what Gareth was doing was just basically checking the ball upstairs. The one nearest the ball line. And I think that's readily available into the left corner, isn't it?
Does look ties.
Well, he's played that well. He's got options, however, hasn't he? He can play this into the left middle and then leave an angle to play the last two reds into maybe the right middle, but that tells me that last red goes up there, no problem, Dave.
Yeah, I think it does. He's lined it up a few times. He's just lined it up again there before this shot. So if it didn't, he'd have to try and probably get in behind it. But it all looks good. No, he did have to.
He has. A lot of people when they spotted that. Gareth spots every way out, doesn't he?
It's a very good shot. He's hit that well.
He's just got the confidence to not even try and get close. He knows he's in stroke, so it's just a case of digging the black in. Yeah, very, very good.
Even though Gareth's been on this table in the previous match, it'll still be a bit of a settler with it being the first frame of the match, and he'll feel good after that.
So, we were talking about the ladies' world champion. Oh, no, that's Liam, hold on. There she's there, Emma Cunningham.
Yeah, these pair beat us in the mixed earlier on.
Right,
it was
okay.
a good match, yeah. But they're a really, really good pairing. They're really strong.
Emma came off, she told me her shoulders were killing her, to be honest with you, Dave.
Yeah.
And I said, no, Liam's a light chap, it's not that heavy of a burden. She says, oh, Renzi, it was a heavy burden.
Well, he's never in position though, is he?
Never in position. Here he comes. Martin Jones. No, that's not what the doctor ordered. Oh, I mean, that's the one thing he probably just did not want to do.
Well, the colour set is reds with the two yellows on the bottom and the bottom cushion. So he's just working out how he's going to use his free shot to get himself into position.
Is this just a case of pretty much doing, but just bringing the one the right hand side out, or is it more complex than that? Or
I think it is. Yeah, I think it's just that. Yeah, just the red on the left cushion. Just roll it down.
yeah, he doesn't want to pot it though, Dave, does he?
No, just roll it down a couple of inches. He doesn't want it in.
That's hugged in. He's still okay though, because he played the wee bar side on it to make sure and guarantee the pot into the middle, I think. But it's still an open table at the moment. But it's definitely got to be reds, hasn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to keep the red on the table so I could have stunned it in and then been perfect on this red. But he's played it well still anyway, so
Yeah,
straight
he's
on this, so good position.
he's not missing here, is he? He's going to just pull this back, play the red to the left middle, and then yeah. And I think Martin will be resigned to the fact that he knows that also. Yeah. No, you don't want to give a guy a free shot and a visit that's been on the table for 2 hours and he's absolutely buzzing with the confidence of just taking out Ronan, and in a major final. So
And that shot Gareth played in the last frame of that final, the yellow down the rail.
oh yeah,
I mean, them kind of shots you kind of want to be stunning them in, or maybe just bring them back about an inch.
Yeah.
But he had to hit it cleanly and bring it back further. He
think there was
did it so well.
3 or 4 of us congregated over watching it, Dave, and I think we all says, oh, he's a bit straight. I think we'd all run through and leave the longer 8 ball.
Yeah,
No, Gareth.
No,
He just decided to screw it back.
Gareth's having none of it.
Good start, Gareth, a bit. And this, unfortunately, for Jonesy, is the standard. Breaking, finishing, reverse finishing. The next time Martin comes to the table, if Gareth keeps this form up, he could be 3-0 down. So I think Chris Boren and Matt Brannan have pegged the frame back. It's now 6-1 down. Straight back to this one. Wow, what a break.
Can't hit that.
So much control. It came straight back towards him.
So much power. You can hear it as well when Gareth hits it. You know, it's a different sound. And
don't like that. He won't like the congestion though of the balls that he's closest to, the two reds and the yellow upstairs. Yeah. I think Martin's going to be coming to the table in this frame. I think Gareth's just going to. Is he looking to be aggressive here, Dave? What do you think?
No, I think just hold back because there's too many problems to solve with them 3 balls there on the boat cushion.
Okay, Martin Jones, what have you got?
There was no attacking first ball to them potentially going to them later, so I think definitely the right time to hold back.
Yep.
So I feel we're just going to have a few shots like this until the balls start opening up.
I've got a funny story to tell you, Dave. I don't know if you've seen it last night, right? Obviously, the spectacle of the match between Michael and Ben was just unbelievable. Attack and pull, attack and pull, attack and pull. Now, young Liam is quite Marmite. You love him, you hate him. He gets a lot of bad press because he takes so long, but he always plays within the time period. And there was one frame, I think it was the last frame of the match, that the two guys had did what the guys were doing there and just touched the ball 2 or 3 times. And he turned around and says, boring this, innit?
Do you know what?
it was really quite funny.
Yeah, it is, yeah. The funny thing was, I was walking past and I heard someone say that. I didn't realise it was Liam. But that is his dry sense of humour.
But it's Liam, yeah.
He couldn't have picked a better time to come out with a statement like that.
It was actually perfect.
So Gareth back in again.
Martin done here.
So I think the top of these 2 yellows, I don't know if you're going to take them 2 first or run through and take the one on the cushion. I think he came across to try and get to it. Oh no, I see what he's doing. Sorry, he's just leaving plenty of angle to
he's across, getting that. Yeah. Getting a much bigger window playing it this way, Dave.
Yeah.
You can even come over to the cushion. Yep.
Yeah, because he had the angle he had on the previous shot, he had to go this way around,
Does he need a touch of left-hand side on here, Dave? Is he flirting with the red?
I think with this is you just pot it thin and try and pot it as thin as you can and let the cue ball do the work. And because that's the only worry as well with the cushion sliding, it is difficult to get it out.
So is he bumping into the yellow here, or is he evading it?
I think he's going to hit the right-hand side of the yellow. I don't know if he's going to hit it thick enough, so he's going to try and pot this yellow of the middle as thick as possible to try and get this thick contact on the other yellow.
He's not taking the bottom one, is he? Oh, he is, you know.
Oh.
He is, you know.
Wow, what a shot. Can he get through?
I think you can just drop it in.
Drop it in dead weight. You see, he's lining it up.
Yep.
Gareth is so good at them kind of shots.
Yeah.
A lot of players don't like to take them on. Doesn't faze Gareth at all.
I loved his last shot. I have to admit, that was like a shot of a man with supreme confidence. Yeah. I mean, those 8 balls can be easily missed.
Especially with hampered cueing, that makes it a lot more difficult, and he cued it really well.
Oh, so here's a comedian himself. There he is. It's young Liam. Liam and Emma playing mixed doubles. And they're 2-0 up on Kelly Denton and Oliver Goddard. The other semi-final of the mixed is Tilly Edwards and G. Wigger, and Emma Reeves and Dan Davey. So still a wee bit to go in the mixed doubles tournament.
I was just thinking, by the time I get to play in the Masters, Gareth's still going to be doing that.
Oh, no doubt he's evergreen, isn't he? He's like, that's why they call him the Godfather.
He'll be playing forever, won't he?
So, Martin's decided to side break. He's pocketed one. What you thinking here, Dave?
He can't hit a yellow for starters, so he's going to look at. I don't think he's even got a pot on for reds. I think he might have to play a safety shot. It's
That's
quite
melee,
difficult,
isn't
isn't
it? It really is. They hit the balls as good as that and not have
yeah.
a starter yellow when they're sitting so nice.
If the cue ball was anywhere else, he'd probably have a shot. It's not an easy safety shot because they're all open, really, aren't they? It's just because of where the cue ball is.
Yeah, and even if it goes to the
They
yeah,
just need
yeah.
to well
That's a
done,
good shot. That's as good as you could play.
Yeah, I was looking at that. It's just whether he just had to really play it well. And
Not an easy shot to play 3-0 down. But
No.
you've been very limited to table time.
And even this, he's played it nearly as well as he could have done, and he's potentially left the yellow up top left.
Oh my goodness.
Great shot, but
Lost the cue ball
is
a
he going to
little
have a
bit.
shot? Can you get through to the yellow next to the red?
If he can get on that and puts that to that right corner, I'm asking him for the lottery numbers for next week.
If that's the case, then there you have it. That's what we go on about of the run of the ball. It's incredible how it can go.
I think he needs to manufacture something here, Dave. I'm not sure it's as simple as just I don't think he can get it full ball.
I think a bit of left-hand side, raise the butt of the cue.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing.
It wasn't even possible. So I think he's just trying to cover the line of the pocket, the top right-hand pocket.
It's a cracking safety.
Yeah, he's left a great cue ball.
It's a cracking safety shot.
Martin still hasn't had anything to go for in this match. One unlucky shot off the break, and the rest is just where the cue ball's been.
Yeah.
And Gareth's great play.
Oh, he's not good. It's just not. That's exactly what the players that have been playing on the TV table have said. It slides and it's different, and it can make you look silly at times. Now Martin's obviously tried to go behind the reds there. He's maybe flicked a bit aside on to get them there, and it's just not taken, and it's slid. And as I say, it makes you look like a novice.
Yeah.
And it's not. It's just this TV table plays differently.
I mean, the outside tables that he's been playing on all week to get here, that would have been behind the reds, and so he's played it exactly as you normally would and got a completely different result. But I think when you get out here a few times, you do get to know what to expect and remind yourself of it as we're going to play a shot.
So can Gareth actually hold here? But when Cuescore, does he need to play a lot of check side too?
I think he can hold it. I know it does look on the overhead, it does look a lot more angle. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Could he have placed it better, be sand? That's a wonderful shot.
And especially as well, he needs to be high on this plant as well too.
Yeah.
The first yellow that he's hitting. So he just wants to make sure he's got plenty of angle on this after he plays this. Even if the yellow's on the cushion, it'll still be okay because it'll give him good angle to get on the 8 ball. Just doesn't want to be straight.
So There's a couple of options here, Dave, isn't there? He could draw back to the left cushion and play the 8 ball and the right ball, but he could also look. Oh, is he playing a power stand now?
It's going to bounce
reverse
cue
side.
ball. Got to watch the red.
That was the issue. That was the issue
yeah.
with playing the reverse. I think he can still thin it back though, can he?
I think he can, yeah. And he is good at these shots. Cue ball's going to be potentially loose, but there's plenty of reds there. He's so good at. Oh,
okay. So
he's so good at them shots, but
yeah.
Always the potential.
He'll be disgusted, but Martin will be delighted. Martin will be delighted. And back on to the semi-final of the mixed doubles. Still 2-0. Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunstop. Balls are a little congested here. Yeah, the reverse side screw shot was a shot of a confident player.
Yeah. He's so good at them shots, as Gareth, the little touch shots. And
the red, however, was always an obstacle, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's always a potential. Whether you'd ran that in or played it the way he did, it was always a potential.
And without being harsh, is that cruel what's happened to Gareth there, or is that of his own doing for not playing the positional shot quite right?
I think it all came from the plant, which I feel is difficult to judge. It's impossible to always get it exactly like perfect.
Yeah, sure.
I think it had been, as I mentioned, it's been okay if the yellow was on the cushion. Yes, the pot's harder, but you're guaranteed position then. So.
Oh, that's a foul. Let's see if our ref's on that. Yeah, he is. I think you'll see Martin asking the referee to lift that cue ball. Get ball in hand.
I had one of these situations where I needed to ask my opponent to lift the cue ball because I didn't want to touch it, and it was exactly like that. And then he just walks over and just puts it in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, I feel so daft when I could have just done that myself.
Yeah, do you know, as soon as you mentioned that there, I was thinking, well, if I might even have, as the referee, have flicked that into the pocket. Maybe that's a little unprofessional, however, because then you're no chance of hitting the other balls.
It's definitely the right thing to do.
Yeah,
but
did you feel a fool, Dave?
I did, massively. And then decide to share my story. Well done, Dave.
Well done, Dave, yeah.
So it's a chance here for Martin to get back in the match, all from the back end of that previous frame.
I think that's the first ball he spotted.
Yeah.
In frame 5. And he's got a frame on board, and that's his first pot. Oh, Martin. No, he's okay. I think he's going to win next to the 8 ball, but he's losing the cue ball here.
And he needs to try and... can he screw off the face of the 8 ball into the red? That would help hold it. My initial thought was maybe thin off the 8 ball to control it.
Yeah, thin off it and take the yellow long into the top left. But he needs off the cushion if he's going to play that shot, doesn't he?
I just don't know if it's going to the 8 ball too thick, so he might have to go off the face of it.
Oh,
he managed to get into
is
the
he
red.
out? Is he out? Does he get anything? He has. He's got a shot in it,
That's a good shot.
the right middle. He's played it really well, actually. Shot.
And the left of the 2 yellows, I'd say.
And he's
Drop it
going
in
in
dead weight and then...
opposite middles, Dave, yeah.
Perfect. He can even come down, stun through between the 2 reds if he wanted, or follow through. Yeah,
Very confident.
awesome.
Okay, so that's easy 8 ball for Martin Jones. Yeah. That could be a monumental on-off. Martin's taking them pretty confident. He's now breaking. 3-2, should have been probably 4-0 down. All of a sudden it's 3-2 and it's match right on. So, what's Kelly Denton doing here? So, as I say, this is a mixed doubles semi-final. But let's get straight back to the action. So he had success from his last side break, Dave, and he's going with it again. So let's see the outcome here.
It's hit them well, plenty of power.
You know my next question, Dave.
Yeah, I think it's
Straight
looking
to
like, yep, yellows, I'd say. Yellows are looking pretty good. I think the yellow at the top of the racking line will be the first one. And then maybe going down for the middle, the yellow in the left middle. You just got to be careful. The two down here are getting. Are we going reds?
I just think it was I think it was his starter. I think because he didn't have. So I would have went yellows, Dave, for the record. But I just think he felt as if he could like stun that, and you know, and whereas the yellow he had to float in to go upstairs.
I think the advantage of the reds is there's less traffic at this end of the table. The only downside is the red next to the yellow. That's the only thing that swayed my decision.
Yeah, up top. Yeah.
But because the traffic down here for yellows at the bottom of the table is more tricky.
Yeah, I agree.
But to be fair though, I mean, you could take the red into the left middle now.
Yeah.
Because if you put that one down the rail next to it, you've got a good link-up ball with the right middle.
Absolutely agree. It's unlike Martin to not see that, so Martin must be saying he must have a pattern in his head.
Yeah, it is quite thin, that one I mentioned though, so you could potentially lose the cue ball, so it might not be on.
I think he was ready to win next. Oh, Martin. So, I think we've all done that. You're so intent on getting the kick out or what have you that you take your eye completely off the pot. And he'd be raging myself because he could have. That was, for a man of his ability, but a pretty simple out to get 3-all in a match that he was getting dominated in. Dave.
Yeah, it's. But I'm yet to meet a pool player that hasn't done that, so we've all been there. But they'll be frustrated because, I mean, they'll be pretty happy with the score at the moment, only to be 3-2 down and a chance to go 3 each. You'll feel like it's a missed chance. So is he going to go top left, or is he going to go? He could even come down now for the yellow into the bottom left, and maybe leave this one he's going for till last. But
He wants to try and get straight on this as possible. This is.
Yeah, it's got to be quite accurate.
It's actually good. Sorry, Dave, on you go.
The good thing though is if he didn't get this right, he has got the chance of the one at the bottom of the racking line. So it's a bit of a two-way shot. If it was just this ball, though, I think it would have been a bit risky. But
do you think he'll play for the one at the bottom right, or do you think he'll drag through for the centre, the right centre?
I think stun through the gap.
Ah, okay. Yeah, very good. Very good indeed.
The thing is as well, if he hit that at that pace he played it, if he hit the other yellow and didn't get through the gap, he'd have still been on the ball. So
yeah, you couldn't overhit that shot.
Yeah. So it's just this ball he's going for now, if the cue ball had hit that when trying to get through the gap because he misjudged it, he'd still have a shot.
Okay, so the 8 ball in the left centre. 4-2 Gareth Abbott. Martin's let him off the hook a little there. It's now Gareth's break. As we discussed, Dave, what a break it is. No, what a break it is for a Masters player. Seniors Masters. I think he'll still be breaking like that when he's 90 years old.
Yeah, he will, yeah. It's not many players that don't want his break.
So, let's just keep you updated here. We've got this mixed doubles game. Well, I'm going to try and flick over for Yeah, there we have it. It's an all-Scottish doubles final. That'll be coming up soon. It's Mr. Magic Mark Boyle and G. Wegger against the Gibbsy. The return of the Gibbsy, Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister Jr. So these guys know each other well. We were having a laugh last night. But it'll be serious business when they're out there on the table today. Oh, wow.
Just hear that sound again. Amazing contact and
That last roll.
pool players' nightmare. They're all perfects, but you haven't got a first shot.
I mean, that's the roll of all rolls, isn't it? Because he was on he was on the 3-ball plant, he was on the 2-ball plant. He was definitely taking reds. Now, however, what's he going to try and manufacture? What are you thinking here? Can he see an edge of that to play the 3-ball plant?
I think what he's looking at is cushion first.
Cushion first, okay.
Then play the 3-ball plant.
He needs to play it
It's so difficult. This shot.
really pacey. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, I think he hit that on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realise he'd get through.
No, me either. So, only one issue?
Yeah, I think it's just the 8-ball. But if he leaves this one down the bottom left, that should be a good link-up ball. If he's right behind it, I'd fancy him to get it. But it does double as well. Should he? Should that not work out? But I fancy him for this. So he's taken that one as suggested to leave to last. But he could actually. His idea might be to leave the one to the left middle to last to kick the 8-ball out, or if he's going to get the 8-ball out a bit earlier, maybe.
Yeah, the great thing he's got here on his side is he knows he's going to have a double, and a very close double, that he can put the fight pretty much bang on at the very least.
So Gareth's just got to be a bit careful now with the 2 in the baulk cushion. It's mainly just getting the cue ball out after the second shot. Yep, so he's gone for the far cushion, which gives him more angle to get out, so it's more natural.
Do you know what? You probably couldn't have placed it better, because he's just got to play it here with a little low left, isn't he? Just to drift it out to get the right angle on the one to the left middle. So, he's played that very precise there.
Just left-hand side and let the weight of the cue ball do the work.
He's decided to come too. Maybe overdone it a wee bit.
Yeah, he had to go 2 really, because I think one cushion would have just left him too close to the baulk cushion, so that just got him away from the cushion. So he's just a bit off angle here. So bit of check side, which is difficult on these tables.
As you see, it's straightened right up, isn't it? That cue ball normally would be the other half of the table.
So he'll be going for there's obviously a thin cut, and he'll be trying to get in behind the 8-ball and the cushion and the 8-ball at the same time.
This has been so un-Gareth-like to actually lose the cue ball a little. He's got a shot at it. In fact, I think he can cut it back, can't he?
Yeah, he can cut that back.
Oh, that's a brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. The fight just stopped in a lovely place as well.
Had to hit it hard enough to make sure it cut. But he also knew the final cushion it would slide as well to help avoid the in-off, because as we've seen, the cue ball did go close to the pocket.
And there in the background is Dave McNamara. Still here, still doing his content. Somebody I forgot to mention as well, the commentator from the last game, Big Dan Fairmate. As always, thanks very much, Dan. So here we go. The Martin Jones Cup break.
An important break, we feel, for Martin to get back into this match.
Essential, Dave.
He's hit them well.
Yeah.
Got a ball. And look at them again.
Not the easiest starter. Such a shame. Oh, no, I thought he had a few gap into the hard one there. He's certainly not.
I think it's a safety shot, first shot, to be honest. It's
Really, Dave? Feels a hiding place here.
I think you want to be on yellows, but it's just such a difficult first shot.
That's a brilliant
That's
pot.
a good shot.
That is a brilliant pot.
Actually,
Acknowledged by his opponent. And he's got the look about him that, like, that deserved better.
Yeah. I think the thing is, getting the colour setters right there, actually, get on yellows, and that yellow by the red. Yes, he does need to get out, but he has got a bit of time to do it with all the three reds at the ball end. So it's definitely the correct decision, but unlucky for it to not have a shot next.
I think he's cleverly took his extension here, because that's next shot is it's so important. He's got the favoured colour set, but
So he's got two options. He can just put the cue ball on under them two reds and cover the pocket, or pot it, and then he's going to have the angle, but he's hit the wrong red.
again, no. Like, that's like millimetres. He's still going to go for this and try and dislodge it, but it would have been so much easier if he wasn't hampered, Dave.
Just a matter of if he wanted to hit the other red.
Once that red in.
Does he?
Yeah, okay. So at least it gives him a bag for the yellow he's closest to now. What's his options here, Dave?
This is tricky, this now. It's, there's the free ball plant. I feel you're going to lose one of the yellows. Top right, I think you're going to lose the cue ball. Maybe the yellow off the red.
Oh, well, spice it.
Great shot, but he did need it a bit thinner.
Can he put yellow off yellow now, or is that
I think he
a
has
step
to
too
now.
far? Nah.
I think he has to now. If you try and hold back now, then he's just going to get snookered.
So if it does,
Until Gareth gets two shots. So I think you just got to go for it now.
so fingers crossed for all the Martin Jones fans here that this comes out nicely. There we go. Oh, I think he's okay. He's definitely got a shot at the yellow.
And
But
he might have an angle as well.
He has. I've seen Martin finish in numerous frames like this over the years.
So if he can screw back and either hit the red or the 8-ball.
Or even stun round off the two cushions, Dave. Is that an option? Is that a straight screw back shot? He is. He's getting low on it. He's played the two. He's developed it. Has he got lucky?
Oh, he's played it well.
Oh, that's a great shot.
Played it well.
Great shot. No, brilliant finish. No matter what happens in this match now, at least Martin's got a highlight reel finish that he can look back on. Well played, Martin Jones.
He deserves it, yeah. He's been unfortunate where the balls have laid for him at times, so he deserves that. It's nice the way he played that last colour.
Good to see him smiling. He'll be feeling a lot better about himself after that one.
There's a bit of danger with that last shot,
Yeah.
It's just, the cue ball could have gone near the corner pocket, but
Very aggressive, but
he played the right shot and he played it really well.
obviously as a professional, you know the game is like super aggressive, and some finishes, in my opinion, aren't even there, and the guys are just like going. But it's the consistency that you guys are getting them at, David. It's unreal.
I think it's the fact now a lot of the time you realise you have to go for them because you might not get another chance. So it's making the game even more aggressive.
was so close to getting off. Now, has he a starter? And what's his issues?
Both difficult, really, with that yellow and red next to each other. I think yellows are probably best, just purely because there's a breakout ball in the balk area, and he has got a shot at yellows, whereas I don't think he's got anything at reds anyway. So I think this works out pretty well. But the other issue is the yellow next to the 8 ball is we'll have to take into consideration.
Yeah.
Good first shot that there.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Gives him a bit of a safety net, that red down the rail.
Will he be attacking the first of the bad yellows at the moment, the one beside the red, Dave? Has he got an angle?
I think he's going to take the one just above the break line.
Okay.
And then
get an even better angle.
Exactly, yeah. Just give him a wider angle. In fact, actually, I think maybe might take the left middle now and go into them because he's got a backup position there, maybe.
I think the left middle is his backup, Dave.
I think that, yeah, exactly. I think they're both as good as each other.
Oh, that's even sweeter.
Yeah,
see, when you know you've got that backup, it makes the shot so much easier. And then if you do land on the ball you kick like Gareth has, it's a total bonus. It's just a guy who knows his way around the table, knows his patterns. And okay, so what is the grand plan for the one beside the ball?
So just done back a couple of inches and then stood across the face of the 8 ball.
Okay. So big shot in this match. Very big shot. This next one.
Not too perfect, as long as it's a little bit high.
It goes.
Perfect. So just done this in, and then the ball to the left middle for the 6-3 lead.
Real quality cue ball control.
And in it goes. Gareth Hibbert taking a 6-3 lead.
So, I believe this is first to 7 this final, so Gareth Hibbert's now on the hill. I can't say that's the best shot Emma's ever played.
So is that another trophy potentially for Gareth if he's to go on and win?
Yeah, the double.
His trophy cabinet.
Yep.
Must be...
And his bank balance, Dave. And his bank balance.
So I wonder who cleans the trophies. Is it him or is it poor Viv?
I'll be Viv, guaranteed. As long as she gets half the dough. As long as she gets half the money. Here we go. Come on, Martins. Let's see if you can stay in this. No disrespect to Gareth. That's the break. Now get in there. Get in. Come on, drop. Oh, look at the congregation. No, that's the downside. We've discussed it before, Dave.
Yep. Yeah, the pros and cons of the cut break. So does he attack or does he? I think he will attack.
I think he was born to attack, to be honest with you. So
yeah, I like this option. Give yourself. Oh, I'd like a bit more angle than that.
I think he's just okay.
Like to really thin, to maybe really power into these balls.
Oh, I like that. I like the fact that he needed. No, he's okay actually.
He was really straight, so I like this idea. To come in.
Oh, he's perfect. Great camera work there. So what he doesn't want them to do is double kiss and stay there. He needs to try and power them out.
That's exactly it.
Okay, so one stayed there. He's potted one.
And that was the one worry for me, is that only one might come out.
Obviously.
But it's still unlucky, don't I?
Yeah, I get that.
Totally.
Okay. So I see a couple of ways, David. He can play the one at the top left and then leave an angle to pot that, and can also play the one at the bottom right, then play a double.
I think that's the option.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's the option. Because the position is easier to get onto the yellow than it is the 8 ball.
Now, the only issue he's got here is, I wonder if he used these 3 or 4 minutes wisely
Yeah.
when he had his practice to know that these are different from the outer tables.
So if he's playing it soft, he has to aim for the near jaw.
That's
because it
brilliant.
goes out, and he's played it perfectly. But
Oh,
this
look,
was
he's
the,
left his cell a little
yeah.
hampered.
Was the only danger, unfortunately. But he's potted some good balls in this match, so just...
This one's extremely difficult, though. You can throw on a touch aside and miss this thin dead easy. And he's actually... it's unlucky. Of all the places he didn't want to put it there, I feel as if it might be his last shot, Dave.
Yeah, I fancy Gareth to take these out now. It's just unfortunate when he went to break them balls out that they couldn't come out a bit kinder. Seems to be the way the match has gone for him, Little roll of the ball has gone against him. Feels like the most thing that he's had to go for him was when Gareth actually put the 8 ball and went in off. It just feels like that's the only thing that's really gone for him.
It could have been a long day for him if that didn't happen. It gave him away the wee spar.
Definitely, yeah.
Certainly not embarrassed himself out there, Martin. He's playing against a legend at the end of the day, and
and that's give us the chance to see a bit of Martin and what he can do.
I hope he comes back for more, because he's a very talented player. However, you've got to hand it to this guy.
Yeah, it's incredible. He's
main world champion last year, already got the seniors crown about an hour ago, and he's these 3 balls away from also winning the Masters title. Are we going to start calling him Sir Gareth Hibbert?
Yeah.
Yeah?
We'll go with that.
What an inspiration for all the young players out there, though. That this guy, the Godfather, is still doing what he does.
Got a friend in the Isle of Man that always, about 20 years ago, was always talking about Gareth. He used to play in the same team as him, and it's the fact he's still doing this is amazing.
His longevity's been brilliant. So that's 8 ball. World Masters champion Gareth Hibbert. Unlucky Martin Jones. What a performance. And I'm sure what we'll be doing now, guys, watching a little bit of this before we go to the studio with Stevie Walker and Mark Pickworth. And a little update on the doubles. Tilly Edwards, G. Wigger 1, Emma Reeves and Dan Davey 1. And that's a frame on the board for Kelly Denton, Oliver Goddard. It's now 4-1. They are behind to Ladies World Champion Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster. Mark Pickworth, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, David. And welcome back to Table Side, where we've just witnessed a really classic Masters final. Unfortunately, there is a runner-up. Martin Jones, please come and have a few words with me. Martin, not the result you wanted, but surely, after this very long week for you, you're really proud of what you've done?
Yeah, of course. No, obviously not the result, but I was a bit uncomfortable at the start. Wasn't nervous, but just didn't feel comfortable on the table. Maybe could have done a bit longer at the start before I came on, but you've got your work cut out. I need my breaks to work, and they did really had a chance at 3-2. Missed a red in the corner. When I was in my head, I was worried about the cloth, and I was trying to get between the balls. And if you give Gareth a chance, coming back to the table really. So I've done all right. Tournament's been good. My breaks let me down. It worked there, but I didn't pot them when I needed to. That's it.
You say you've done all right. You've just reached the World Masters final. I mean, you've played some great stuff there. I was watching on the table side. There some really good clearances.
Great. I was unlucky really. I played Luke Sanchez in the main event after beating Eddie Roberts in the first game quite comfortably. My break dried up against Luke and he rolled me, really beat me 3-1. It looks like, I played great all week. My break let me down a lot. Didn't really let me down there, but I let myself down with a couple of chances. But Gareth played great as usual, so it's to be expected, isn't it?
And a little bit of how have you found this 2025 World Championships?
The tables were great. It's a long week, that's for sure. The setup's good. I think I've not really committed to the IPAs in the past, just with work commitments, and there's so much pool these days. But the venue's great. The tables have been fantastic. This table's a little bit of a shock to the system after playing on the outside tables. And obviously Gareth's been on it for the last 2 matches, and I think that really does make a difference. I played a couple of shots that made me look really bad. I played a shot with side and the ball went forward, and I think that's the reality. It's a really different table to play on.
Well, you played your part in a great final. Thanks very much. Martin Jones, everybody. Gareth, this is getting a bit of a habit. Please come on up and have a few words with me. Gareth Hibbert, everybody. Two-time world champion once again. This is getting, very much all what you do all the time. Is this how it is? How many times have you done it now, two-time world champion?
I think that's only the second. I won the main and the doubles a long time ago. But it's the first time I've done this, so yeah. It's nice to do well on the Sunday. I've lost a couple of Sunday finals before. I have won the seniors before. But yeah, it's just nice to go on with a couple of trophies.
And obviously there's going to be a bit more silverware that's going to have to be cleaned at home. Are you going to be doing all of that?
I don't know. The other one looked nicer, I'd rather say. Can I not take the other one instead that I brought back? No, I made up with these two. It's been great, and well done to Michael for winning the other one.
Yeah, a little bit about Martin. He's had some good clearances there. I mean, he was looking coasting at 3-0 up, but he come back to a 3-2. Did you think maybe he could turn around?
Yeah, he settled in well after the first couple of frays. I didn't really give him a chance early on, and then obviously I've gone in off the black, and that's got him on the board, and he's got his arm going a little bit. And we both had breaks that were messy or no first shot, and it was just they weren't splitting as well as in the previous final for me and Ronan, and there was tough chances. It took out a massive finish, which is going to be nice for him to look back on YouTube now and again. But yeah, it was he did well. He's obviously played really well to get to the final.
Well, we're going to now present you with another World Championship trophy. Gareth Hibbert is the Supreme IPA World Masters Champion, everybody. Stephen, another World Championship for Gareth Hibbert. How do we stop this man?
Yeah, double champ, and I mean that's the million-dollar question. How do you stop Gareth Hibbert when he's in this type of form? I know it wasn't the big one that he was coming for this week, but he's gone home with 2 world titles, and it's just exceptional.
And Martin, what a great week he's had to make a world championship final. It's a really great feat.
Yeah, I mean listening to Martin talk now, that's the player he is. He knows how good a player is. He knows how good he can compete. The table caught him out, obviously, a couple of shots early on, and then probably by the time he was starting to get comfortable, it was maybe just a bit of a mountain to climb. But listen, he'll be back, and if he plays the way he's played this week, he'll be a danger to anyone.
Thanks very much, Stephen. We'll be back very soon. We're just going to take a little break, and then we'll be back up with the doubles final. So don't go too far away. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to the Supreme IPA World Championships, and we're going to be bringing you the doubles final. As always, joined by Stevie Walker. Stevie, just let the audience know about how these double finals work.
Yeah, well, it's ended up an all-Scottish affair and a wee bit of hilarity in the room, but it's Scotch doubles. The guys can't speak after the first visit, and basically, I think it's going to be a bit of an attacking game, this one.
And best of 12, what happens after the best of 12?
Yeah, it's going to be a penalty shootout, and I think it's after 4 each. If they pot them all, they have to go to the middle.
Well, that'll be really exciting if we can see that. So, well, a little bit about both of these teams. Any expectations who you think could win?
Yeah, well, Mark and Scott have obviously, they've done amazing to get to this final. Two class players, playing really well together, obviously come all the way, but they're playing against the defending champions. And they want to get out in a high. I think this, if they win this, and I think no matter what, this will be the last time they play doubles together at this event, so they'll want to get out in a high.
That's brilliant. Okay, let's hand over to the commentary team now. Liam Dunster, but first of all, Dan Fairway.
Thank you. Pickers? Looks like we're ready. Not quite sure what's happened there. Yeah, joined in the commentary box by Liam Dunster for this one. Good afternoon, Liam.
Good afternoon.
Gives you something to do while you're waiting for your mixed doubles final after this one.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what to do myself, but yeah, it's a good way to pass the time.
Obviously, we've got Scott in the commentary box. 4 Scots out on the table. Have you got any predictions?
I think the Scottish pair are going to take this.
Defending champions, of course. But it's hard to see that there's any kind of golfing quality between these two teams at all. And all 4 of these players will be professionals on the IPA next season.
Yeah, I was speaking to Mark about that yesterday. He says he's ranked pretty low in the amateurs because he didn't attend all the tours. Obviously,
Yeah.
if he would have attended all the tours, he'd be quite high up in the amateur rankings. So I'm not entirely sure how he got selected to be the professional, but he's obviously definitely got the ability to be.
Yeah. And he's made it in. And Scott Gillespie, of course, returning to the IPA as well. Well, that's a big boost for us.
So we'll start off with one of Boyle's classic cut breaks.
He's hit
Brushes
quite
on
well.
as usual.
Yeah. He's certainly come out quite nicely.
See, this is what I don't like about commentary. You can't see like certain balls go past other balls and things like that.
It's
So
much more difficult than you
Yeah.
think it would be.
Because I remember commentating on, I think it was Ben against Michael, and I'm like, yeah, he's definitely got to take this one first, and he didn't,
No.
and I was like, well, why is he going that way? And then soon realised, well, that ball flew in when he didn't. I think it had a chance.
And different camera angles look completely different as well.
Yeah,
Like you can
definitely.
see, I think you can see best from the overhead, generally, but even that, because the camera's like pointed straight at the middle of the table, it's not a true picture. The further out towards the rails balls get, the more sort of difficult it is to spot, because it's not a true reflection of absolutely where every ball is.
Oh, Gio's underhit that by a few inches anyway. He was playing for the red in the middle. Might have to change route here.
Yeah,
I think the white's pretty close to the corner. He's sort of half ball into the yellow and maybe going near the corner, do you think? If he's to play it natural.
yeah. I wonder if he can just play it with the left-hand side and square up the cue ball and use the yellow. Or whether does he stun back? But then you could bring the other yellow into play for the same thing. So he's done well there.
Yeah, he's done well. So I'm assuming, does that red go in the far right? But I don't think it does, in the far right corner.
No, I think he's got to leave the gap here for the red next to the 8 ball first. It doesn't look like it goes.
Yeah, from that picture, I don't think it goes. So if he leaves himself in a gap, he's got a chance.
That looks so tight. It's really difficult to tell. I think he might just be able to see enough of the red. Queuing over the yellow as well. This is an awkward shot.
Yeah, as I think he'll see if he just pots it and lands on the second cushion here. I think the red goes in the bottom left. I don't think he quite needs to play it with lots of side and to swing it off too, because he's just making the pot a lot harder, but I think that's what he's doing.
Great pot, but no position. So it'll be on and off the side rail to try and kick the red in.
Yeah, if he does get it, it's just natural position for the black as well.
Yeah, that's the only advantage, isn't it? There's nothing to worry about. If you get the pot, you're going to be okay.
Yeah, you don't need to play this with any side at all. Just got to watch for the slide.
Oh,
And there's the slide.
yeah.
The reds went as safe as can be as well.
Do you find when you're playing on this table that do you find it difficult to adjust for that extra slide? Because there definitely is extra slide on this particular table.
Yeah, so I don't actually know if it's a table that's a slide. So somebody made a good point yesterday saying it's maybe because the balls. So the balls only get touched by the ref, and the ref wears gloves.
It's a really good point.
So there's
actually.
no like dirty handprints or fingerprints or anything like that going on it.
Yeah.
So it's constantly just sliding.
I think it's partly that, and it's partly that nobody practices on this table during the week, so this one gets a lot less wear. You know, you walk in the room after the games have finished every night at the Worlds, and at least 10 or 15 of the tables will have just people practicing on them all the time. So I think this table gets so much less use that it sort of stays new for longer. Great chance for Gillespie and McAllister either way.
Yep, just the right corner, right centre, top left, right centre for his last ball. So am I right in saying that even though it says first to 7 frames, it's a best of 12?
It is a best of 12, yeah.
So
It's not first to 7 because it's a shootout at 6-all. We do love a shootout. I'm not sure how many doubles finals have gone to shootouts. Certainly, I mean, the Dean Shields one is the one that springs to mind. Dean Shields, Gareth Hibbert.
even looking at the results of the previous rounds, there's none of the semi-finals went to shootouts. One went to a shootout in the quarters. 3 went to a shootout in the last 16. So it's not too common.
No, you don't get loads and loads of them. From memory, Keir Monaghan and Jason Hill won on a shootout as well a couple of years ago. It is an exciting format. I do quite like it as a decider. It's sort of, it's the ultimate test of nerve. You know, it's a shot that no player at this level should ever miss. And yet, quite regularly they do.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite funny. So I was talking to Gibbsy yesterday. So he was saying, so he's went in the he's went into the blackball shoot we call it, in his last 16 match. So he's went, just try and get this right here. He went second.
Yeah.
So that that mean. I'm trying to say that he's put Mark in to go 5th or 6th actually, because do you take 5 each? Is that right?
Yeah, so it's 5 each, and then it on the
Goes to the
6th
middle.
it goes spot to spot.
Yeah, that's fine. So it's he's put himself in 5th, so that's fine. So Scott put himself in 1st to go 3rd and 5th.
Yep.
So then when it came to the 6th one, because it was still a tie, and Mark's kind of just looked at Gibbsy and went, "You've done me here, haven't you?" He's like, "Yeah," because he just doesn't want to take it on. It's just such a difficult shot, because he was saying he used to screw them in.
Yeah.
But he's seen a lot of people playing it, just playing ball.
I've always been a plain ball person for that shot.
I'm the same. Just playing ball. Yeah, it looks like it's screaming and off, but it doesn't. It seems to hit the bottom cushion first.
Yeah, if you get it right, you know, if you get the angle right playing ball, then it's never an in off. It actually can't be. So Whereas screwing it off, I just think it brings that extra. I was talking to Craig Marsh about it actually, and he was saying that he plays it with, depending on what, essentially lots of bottom left, I think. Bottom left if you're playing it into the top left, and bottom right if you're playing it into the top right.
So you're playing it with run inside.
Yeah,
Sort of thing.
yeah, and apparently that sort of kicks the ball in easier. Described it as a bit of a cheat code, but I don't know. I think I'd always be playing that plain ball.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine playing that shot with side's going to make the pot easier.
I wouldn't have thought so either, but it's each to their own, isn't it? There's so many different ways to play this game. Is it something that you've ever been involved in a shootout?
Yes. Can't remember how I got on, but I have definitely played it. Yeah.
Would it have been at the Worlds? Would it have been under this sort of situation?
Yeah.
I mean, I've done a few of them. A couple of times at the Worlds, a couple of times in sort of team situations at like events like Golden 8 Ball. That's a real pressure test because everyone watches. Like the whole arena turns around to watch. Do you hit cushion here?
Oh dear.
That's a pretty horrendous error.
Very bad shot. Well, don't think they're expecting to get back to the table this frame anyway.
No, and not with choice of colour either.
All of a sudden, it's going to look like 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely should be. You'd expect them to take either colour, but these yellows are just there, full stop.
There was almost nothing to do with your first shot there. Just you could do anything you want.
Yeah, they didn't even need to open those yellows. It would have been fine without, but you can see the logic.
You just clear the bottom two, and then one in the middle. A3 left centre for your last ball.
Really tough to see anything remotely going wrong here. There's even a huge window between those two reds to land on the 8 ball. This might sting for Gio. You can't be doing that, especially with ball in hand.
Especially when there was no need to even be pocket weight, if you know what I mean.
No.
Like, obviously, I understand, if you miss it, it's over the bag and things like that, but there was so many other options.
But it was the free shot anyway. It was the free shot after an in-off. So it was just, unforgivable, really. Either way, what it has led to is 2-0 Gillespie McAllister. And last year's defending champions are up against it here. It'll be Gio to break next.
Well, let's hope his break's better than his last shot.
Yeah, absolutely. It needs to be. You're obviously playing in the mixed doubles with Emma Cunningham this year, up against Dan Davey and Emma Reeves. Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm actually. It has been actually real enjoyable.
Yeah.
You've just got so much confidence in your partner. Like, if I land her a wee bit awkward and things like that, it's always totally fine. She just pots the ball.
She just gets on with it, and
I'm thinking, oh no, should have ran that through another few inches left her a bit easier, blah blah. But then she just strokes it in.
Awesome. That is exactly what you need. If you've got confidence in your partner, I think that's the biggest thing you can have in doubles. I think Mark's been teaching Gio to break as well, because he hit that cut break really solid. Question here: do you take the yellow off the 8-ball first ball, or are you going reds?
Yeah, it's got to be the yellow first shot. Obviously, ideally you want to be straight in it, but you can't really pick any other ball off to take. So I think he's going to probably play this right hand side, just hold on the red ball.
Wants the 8-ball to come out nicely. That'll do.
So he's just checking to see if the yellow passes the other yellow once he puts this one down the rail.
Yeah, doesn't look like it to me, so I think he might have to come out past it and play the one closest to the pocket first. It's pretty good.
Yeah, so he's just going to play this one plain ball, I think. Just come off the 2 cushions. So you think he's just going to play one? Yeah, he's got to play the more firmer shot, 2 cushions.
Yeah, this is a nice angle as well because there's absolutely nothing to do with the cue ball here. Just run it through. 2-3 inches. This for 2-1. Welcome relief for Mark Boyle and Gio Edgar. That's Mark's wearing his sort of base layer out there. Is it cold out there in the arena, do you think? Or
Oh, Gio had his on the other day as well. He's the exact same one. I've just realised they're sitting right below their pictures as well. Like.
They need to swap seats. Someone go and tell them to swap seats. Yeah, they were excellent in last year's final. Up against Craig Marsh and Stephen Ellis. But this time, regardless of who wins that trophy, will be heading back to Scotland. Have you won a doubles title? Or is that something that's eluded you so far?
I don't often enter them, to be honest.
Do you not?
So yeah, I've not won that one.
Fair enough.
In fact, sorry, me and Boyle won it just before he turned professional.
Oh, okay, right. Yeah,
So
that would make sense.
He was the amateur, the pair. So we won it.
The year that Mark Boyle was an amateur, he cleaned up in the first 2 open events and the first amateur event. Burst onto the scene.
So what notes is that you're keeping then?
So I just keep a record of what's happened in the match, break dishes, who's broken, whether the break was good or not, whether it was, we call it a wet break because it's not a dry break.
Yeah.
I don't know. A lot of people don't like that terminology, and I don't think I'd ever and have ever used it in commentary before because it does sound weird, to be fair. But like, if it's a dry break, then if a break with no balls is a dry break, then what is a break with balls? It has to be a wet break, doesn't it?
Damp.
I think that's when the last ball rolling just drops in. It's moist.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of people love that word.
I know.
I think that was voted the most hated word at one point.
Yeah, I think it might have been. I think it depends on context, doesn't it? I mean, if you're talking about cake, then I think it's fantastic. But there are certain situations where you don't want that one. Good split there from Mark. Has led to a great chance here, you think?
Yeah.
Oh, he's overdone this.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's really overdone this. I don't think he's on that at all.
I was actually just looking to see if it just dropped in and took the other one in the bottom corner. I was wondering if the yellow just below the black went into either middle bag.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but it's academic now. I mean, can he swerve this and pot it? If anyone can,
No.
you'd think it's Scott.
I
But
was looking at the cushion first and hoping for the best, I think.
he's just going to dolly it in there.
He's left it.
Yeah. I think the only... Does the 8 ball go anywhere? That's maybe the question. I mean, it certainly goes right centre. Don't know if it passes the yellow to the bottom right corner. But they should have an opportunity to move it if they wanted to.
I thought it was going to time fill there for a second.
Certainly left it close.
I don't think the black does go anywhere easy because I've used extension there. I reckon if it went in either corner bag of the bottom left or bottom right, then I reckon it would just go on with it. But there you go.
Yeah, it looks
goes.
like it goes. Certainly does. Maybe just taking that few extra seconds to work the pattern out then. Of course, Scotch doubles, they can only talk at the start of their visit, so...
So I was having this discussion with David Adnall.
Mhm.
See, for the mixed doubles, it's the same rule.
Yep.
I don't think it should be. Well, also in this doubles as well. I think you should be able to talk any time. So the reason being is we're on the shot clock.
Yeah.
So the whole reason that you don't allow talking is because it sort of
I don't entirely disagree with that.
people take their time too much. Ironic come for me, I know.
No, but I do understand what you're saying, and I'm inclined to agree. I think if the match can be on the shot clock, then you should be able to talk because you're already timed.
Not only that, it's especially the mixed doubles, because it's an ideal opportunity for the women to get inside the man's brain.
Yeah,
I mean, actually in play rather than just taking out the finish and then being like, oh yeah, remember the third shot that you took? You know, I felt like you should have took the other one. She's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Because I'd actually say, oh, right, change plan now, go for this way.
Yeah.
It'd actually develop the game.
Yes. I think I agree. The only downside to that, I think, is that the no talking rule makes it interesting if things go wrong. So not being able to rely on the stronger player, if you like, because there's always a stronger player generally.
Yeah.
So not being able to rely on the stronger player, I think, makes it more interesting and more challenging, and means that you have to have a sort of more rounded team.
Mm-hmm.
But I can see both sides of that.
Yeah, definitely. But you've got to look at it from the perspective of what would you prefer, interesting and challenging, or to potentially develop the women's game.
I agree. But I think as a standalone match on the stream, I want the interesting for the viewers, etc. But yeah, it's certainly a discussion that's worth having, and I can see both sides. I'm not sure which side of the fence I fall down there. I've got splinters. That's what I've got.
Strong fence.
It would need to be, definitely.
Crunches his break again.
Have you ever tried to hit the cut break as hard as Mark Boyle? Is it a skill that you can achieve? Or?
I've never really tried it.
Right.
You just assume that the weight's just going to ping off. I mean, sometimes the weight does ping off anyway, even if you don't hit that hard. So I've always just thought the harder you hit it,
the more likely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My break's been so bad this week. It's been unbelievable.
What do you put that down to?
Don't know.
Right, literally back to the drawing board, is it?
I've considered just smashing off for the front, hoping for the best.
Right. Okay. I don't think. Have I seen you front break? Not very often, if I have.
Yeah, not very often at all. But I can't explain how bad it's been. It's been horrific. Really, really, really poor.
I've actually I think that's been a bit of a running theme this week. I've noticed, I keep my commentary notes, etc. And I've been watching around the grounds, if you like, and the game that I played as well. I feel like there are more dry breaks this weekend than I've ever known.
Yeah, I've noticed a lot of people are absolutely crunching them, just nothing's going in as well. No matter if you're side breaking or hitting them for the front, a lot of dry breaks. But I don't know. And then you see other people. You watch the final last night, and then you're like, they're just effortless, like they're just smashing them up, and everything's just flying in.
Yeah,
and it's just leaving it easy. It's a strange game.
It is, and so much of it is on the break, and so much of the break is on luck. That it does feel a little bit harsh sometimes. You can watch a player or a team in this instance do absolutely nothing wrong from the break and just leave beautiful situations for their opponents. Hasn't really happened so far in this one. Oh, it's not a great shot there from Mark McAllister. Tied up a red. I wonder whether he was trying to use the yellow over the pocket there, but if he was, I feel like he could have played it harder to make sure that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think I was just trying to put it clean, to be honest.
A little bit of a tester now. Red up to the top left.
Yeah, I think Gibbs is just underhit that a few inches and maybe just try to leave a wee dink in the middle and then put the one in the right centre, follow through, maybe even use the black to follow through off of.
It's a nice strike. I feel like he could get into the awkward red now and the yellow, but I don't know if there's any guarantee that it comes out nicely. I think he'll take it.
Yeah, I think if he just puts this relatively plain ball, comes over to the middle of the D, as it were.
Yeah, it just needs to slide past the yellows, but not too far past the yellows on the left-hand side. He screwed it back. That come out pretty good.
It's awfully dangerous, is it not?
It was, yeah. I think so
I feel
too.
like if it just floated near the, like I say, the centre of the D, he's got the cut on the red to the right centre, up and down. He's on the other red to the right centre, but it came out fine.
Yeah, it wasn't the way I expected it either, but if it works, it works.
He's screwing into the red to.
Looks like it.
Good shot.
Yeah, well controlled. So it looks, for all the world, as if that positional error from Boyle and Edgar earlier in the frame is going to cost them again. Gio, of course, has been playing non-stop today in the mixed doubles, where he just lost out in the semi-finals, partnering Tilly Edwards. And they lost to Dan Davey and Emma Reeves, who will be Liam and Emma Cunningham's opponents in our final after this. I did watch that semi-final and I didn't really see Gio do a lot wrong, but definitely a couple of, one huge mistake in this match so far, but a couple of little shots here and there where you feel like he could have maybe played them better. And Mark McAllister to break off again. His first break was in off. This one is much, much better. Oh, they don't get much easier than this, do they, Liam?
Yeah, the Reds are all there for the taking.
It's hard to see a single problem on the table, to be honest. I mean, being hypercritical, the 8 ball doesn't go in the left centre, but, you know, like, what else do you look for? If this was Ben Davis, these would have been cleared up by now. We'd have been racking up again. Did you enjoy the final last night? Did you watch much?
Yeah, watched most of it, to be fair. Pretty slow and boring, you think?
Yeah, I do, yeah. We'd have rather had you.
Yeah.
It was phenomenal, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know how they can play at that speed. It's mental.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't absolutely error-free, but the way that game was being played, you were kind of waiting for the mistakes, and then they just weren't coming. I think Michael was a deserved winner in the end, but Ben put up a lot of fight and showed a lot of heart from 3-0 down.
Looks like they've got a 2-frame advantage here.
Yeah, and that is big. They will only need 3 more. Or 2 guarantees penalties at least for Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister. Referee for this one, Brian Moss. The rest has done a sterling job this weekend, or week, I should say. Feels like it's been about a month, to be honest. I've been here since Sunday.
Just today.
Yeah, I wish. No, it's a full week away for us, this one. A thoroughly enjoyable week, though. You enjoyed your time?
Yeah, it's been good. Early exit in the doubles, but other than that, yeah, it's been enjoyable.
Who was your doubles partner for this one?
Johnny McDermott.
Okay, another very, very good Scottish pairing. You really did field some unbelievable teams this year, then.
Yeah, it's I got Johnny in the singles.
Okay, right.
And then I've got Johnny and Ashley in the mixed doubles for as well. So.
No way. You've seen a lot of each other this weekend.
Yeah.
That was a fabulous break. Again, they're just splitting nicely at the moment. It's another one where you can't really see any huge issues. Got to be maybe a bit careful getting on the red to the left of the 8 ball. Going to do it now.
Yeah, another straightforward finish, yeah.
It's hard to find things to talk about sometimes, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, pretty much anyone watching will know which way these are going to go and that they are going to go.
Well, I didn't expect this one,
No,
to be fair. I thought he was going to take the other red and just trickle it through.
Yep. I mean, it's fine, but unnecessarily took on a much harder pot there for me.
Plant till last, or are you taking a single ball?
I think I'm planting this, personally. I don't see how it can go particularly wrong as long as you catch it anything like full. That's probably about as bad as it could have been. It's absolutely fine.
One step closer to the shootout.
It's starting to look that way. Yeah, it's been a fairly mistake-free game. I would say that the balance of play, Gillespie and McAllister being in front, is probably about right at the moment.
Yeah, I think Gio's mistake is the only one majorly stands out. I mean, obviously Mark McAllister overplayed a shot, but I don't think that's nowhere near as bad as the shot that Gio played.
No, Gio's was the worst by, a
Other
mile.
than the two mistakes, there's not been much.
No, I think, a couple of frames ago, Gio ran out of position and didn't land on a yellow, but it was almost like the one spot on the table where he could manage to leave it and not land on anything. I think it was a little bit unlucky. Are you pleased to see Scott back on the tour? Are you sort of mates or?
Yeah, it's good to see. IPA is just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah.
Definitely good to see.
Big split. Cue ball's going to be close to the corner pocket. What's on? I don't think you can take the yellow down the rail. Tricky to see an opener in on any colour set here.
I think he's on the yellow straight away, is he not? To just play it off the other yellow.
I don't know. I don't know whether that sort of bounces into the cushion and then doesn't quite drop. It's hard to see how far away from the jaw that.
So just putting a red onto the yellow here.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, red onto the yellow was a much better shot than what I was thinking.
He's not got a lot of angle here on the one in the cushion, so he's going to need to punch this out a wee bit, I think, because you don't really just want to leave that ball hanging.
No, you'd like to be somewhere on the back of the red, wouldn't you? Yeah. Pretty solid. Still a little bit thinner, maybe, and he might go for the yellow to middle first.
Yeah, I think he's just going to take this one in the left corner and then go up past the middle bag, then play the one in the right centre. I'd have been leaving that for my last ball, I think.
But the one he just played, or the one he's going to play
the one
next?
he's about to take, yeah. Okay. So if he just sort of screwed it up the table, right past the left centre bag, then he's on the one to the right centre, and then take the two at the top right. And then this one he's about to take.
Yeah, I mean,
that into the bottom left as your last ball.
It's in perfect position, isn't it? But maybe he just felt like he couldn't dig into the cue ball enough to screw back. I think the last ball now is going to be the one over the pocket. So
one over the pocket. You want the white ball to be at the top cushion, just so you can float it in.
Yeah, I don't know if he can get there from there. Might want it a bit wider. He might just have to play it from where the yellow is now. There is a bit of traffic coming back down the table.
Yeah, I'm not sure what angle Gibbsy was looking at there. I think he was looking at for Mark to stun this and go top cushion, side cushion, and then land on the right cushion here for the black in the bottom left. I think that's the way that Gibbsy was lining it up anyway.
Yeah. It's entirely down to Mark at this point, of course.
Could just play this with a touch of left and come off the side cushion and just sort of through the gap.
That's perfect.
That's Gibbsy just said. So you're going to swing round there.
Yeah.
shot that scene I'm lining up.
5-3 to Scott and Mark. So Mark and Boyle sorry, Mark and Gio, at this point now, are relying on being given a chance. Because that 2-frame lead is big in what is essentially a best of 12. But Mark Boyle to break next. It's very rare that the opponents will get first chance at the table after he's breaking.
Yeah, he's been crunching them so far. Both his breaks have been very good.
And that pattern continues. Red's lovely, but I don't know if he's got an opener, so yellow's not too bad. Maybe red onto yellow, or maybe even play it as a skill shot. It's got yellow to left centre, actually. Didn't see that.
I think it might still take the plant on, to be fair, and then follow it through for the yellow in the right centre.
I mean, is it worth playing in such a way that you might get both and then you could sort of change your mind, or would you just be focusing on the single?
Depends, because that yellow looks like it's slightly tucked behind the knuckle.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise, to be fair, you could, yeah.
Oh, it's come out a dream. That's a great shot. Still a choice of colours.
Yeah, I think they'll be going reds now. Especially if that, the red next to the black goes in either corner.
Yeah, I suspect top right comfortably. Don't know about top left. That is tight. I think you've probably got half a pocket there.
Few inches short there. I was wanting to just drop this one in the left centre and then play in the bottom left. Then play the one next to black. In middle right. Just got to watch not to knock the black near the bag. Block it.
Yep, screwed back off it. If the cue ball had rolled sort of 2 or 3 inches to the right there, would you have taken the one up the rail at that point, or are you still leaving that as your last red?
If you can get out of the way, yeah, you definitely get out of the way.
Looks like he will now. Three more balls, and we're looking at 4 break dishes in a row. Every single break has made a ball in this match. One of them was an in-off.
End up getting rewarded for that in-off as well.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they got first chance at a very easy table.
And that's one step closer to the shootout.
It is. It's getting tense. Yes, turned into a bit of a dish fest. This first few frames, there was a couple of errors, but since then, it's been perfect pull from both teams. It's quite hard to see anyone missing at the moment, the way they're coming out. There's just not been a problem to solve at any point, you feel.
Yeah, the table seems to be breaking very well.
Oh, Mark McAllister.
It's not even like it's the same break. I mean, the Boyle's doing the cut break, coming out lovely. Mark smashed on for the front here, coming out lovely.
Certainly caught them well. The cue ball got...
White was going off there.
It got kicked around plenty of times, didn't it?
Oh, did he say it was touching? No, because if that's
I
touching,
didn't-
that's unlucky.
Yeah, I didn't hear him say it was. So I suspect not.
That would be very unlucky if that's touching and you just need to play away fit sort of thing.
Yeah, it would be brutal, but clearly not touching. Has he done enough there? Got the yellow next to the 8 ball as a backup. But if he's not on the yellow to the top right, it's a bit of an error.
Yeah, I think he'll just need to nip this one back a few inches, take the one at the bottom left, then sort of screw up the near the middle bag, and then sort of.
Oh, he's got into it. Really got into it. It's actually come out quite nicely.
Presuming that that yellow must pass all the yellow then at the bottom left.
Yeah, I'm 99% sure that it does.
Why just didn't, like I say, just nip that back a few inches and then take the other one, come up the table to where he is now. Then you've just got a single ball pot for the in the black rather than having to play position again for another ball.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance he might have played that, but just overhit it.
By about 6 feet.
I think on this table, if you're not used to it, I think that's entirely possible. Just a little bit of adrenaline, maybe a couple of millimeters too low on the cue ball. But I do think that yellow passes, so I don't think this is. I think this is pretty natural as well. Yeah, I mean, this will be certainly a first IPA World Final for Mark McAllister. It wouldn't surprise me if there was quite a lot of adrenaline pumping. Not that it matters when they're this easy, to be honest. Not a good finish, this.
As you've already written the score down, he's not even pointed to black yet.
You've got to. He's never ever missing that in a million years. And also, I've got an electronic notepad, and I can just rub it out. Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister are 1 frame away from this IPA Supreme World Championships doubles crown. Crowns, I suppose, technically.
But we all want to see the shootout. So.
I mean, I don't think it's going to take too much longer either way, to be honest, the way they're playing. Another massive break. Not a good looking chance, but does that red pass to the left centre? If not,
Yeah, I think they'll just be on yellows.
yeah. And again, have you got to clear the bottom of those 2 yellows first?
Yeah, before to open up the other one, yeah.
Yeah. Perfect chance to do it now. Yeah, I'm really scratching, looking for problems, but
Yeah, I think I will. If he takes this one in the middle and flicks it, this red could cause an issue here.
be tempted to play this at pace to sort of make sure it almost goes up to the top rail.
It's almost as bad as it could have landed.
Yeah, it's not.
He's
Can
on-
Mark take the top yellow now and still hold for that?
Maybe on these cushions, you might be able to hold a bit better. Yeah.
Just wants to run down. No, not much further than the balk line. Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect.
Well, there we have it. This 8 ball for 6-5. One frame away for Gillespie and McAllister, or one frame away from the shootout. Either way, there's only one frame left. And that is 6 perfect frames of pool in a row from these two teams. It's not been a bad standard, has it, Liam?
Average.
Interestingly, as well, they've
very good stuff. Very good stuff.
Mark and Gio have dished off every one of Gio's breaks. So I think Mark might have been teaching him a trick or two on the break, maybe. Interestingly, because it's a best of 12 situation, generally, if you win the lag, you would have the break in the last
No, it doesn't matter.
last frame. No, you don't.
Six picks each, but each team.
Yeah. But it is advantage Gillespie and McAllister. Yeah. Some dates for your diaries. The IPA Tour 2025 rolling into Newcastle, Coventry, Glasgow, Coventry again, and then a brand new venue on the Isle of Man. And that is definitely one to attend if you can, because I can tell you that hotel is lovely. We went for a little bit of a recce there when we were over there last, and it's a fabulous hotel. I assume you'll be attending all the events.
Yep. Yeah, will be.
They really have done Mark Farnsworth dirty with that picture, haven't they?
Yeah, I was thinking I did a wee chuckle to myself when I seen that. I can't picture him doing that face, so he does that quite a lot.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you know what he's thinking generally, Mark, don't you?
Yeah, he's just played a poor shot.
Yeah.
He turns round to the crowd, and just
Yeah.
sticks his tongue out.
I can picture it. I mean, literally, because it was just on the screen.
Followed by
Scott Gillespie, massive break now. Cue ball's close, but it's in. Not in, rather. It's been a long week. And it's a decent chance on reds, this. Can't be taking yellows. Do you just drop on the one down the rail now, and then if you get it, that's should be.
Yep. Drop this red in, then take the ball down the rail for what looks like to be match ball.
Deep in discussions. This is an important moment. Wow. little bit surprised at that. Liam's recoiled
Yeah,
in his seat,
maybe it was a bit thinner than it looked.
possibly. I mean, the only other are they going to move that red off the rail?
Another when I was looking at it, they could take it long. So if they even leave that to the last ball,
Yeah. I mean, if
or could play that double. No?
yeah, you don't want to if you're going to move it, you don't want to move it off.
Yeah,
The last
I
ball.
think he's probably going to play it long now. To be fair, if he just nips us past the black, takes the hanger and then leaves it long, just a straightforward positional shot anyway. Obviously a tough ball.
Just about okay.
I think he's maybe screwed it more than he wanted to, unless he was planning on going in it. But surely that wasn't the plan.
I wouldn't have thought so. It's a huge risk, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, again, we can't quite see how thin or thick this is, so just drop it in, I think.
He's screwing. Oh, wow. How's this going to come out? Oh, it couldn't be better. That could not have gone any better.
Definitely, absolutely perfect.
Mark McAllister, little bob up and down, preparing for this big shot. A little bit of tension in the arm there, I think.
A wee bit shorter than he wanted to be, but should be okay.
For the title. Never in doubt. Congratulations to Scott and Mark. Commiserations to Mark and Gio. Liam, your thoughts on that final?
Great final. Very good standard. Only the odd mistake here and there. I think obviously Gio will be kicking himself for that one mistake that he did make. Ended up costing him in the end. Yeah, that was a good pull, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just proof of, that every frame counts.
Yep, every chance you've got to take.
Essentially, Mark and Gio have lost that match in the second frame.
Yeah, they've not. Yeah, they've virtually, apart from that, they've not put a foot wrong.
No.
And then it's just perfect pull for then on out. So that's what's cost them.
Well, an incredible performance. Thank you, Liam. I'll let you run and get ready for your mixed doubles final because that'll be starting shortly. And I will hand over to the arena where I'm sure any minute they will be ready with the trophy presentation.
Welcome back, guys, to what was such a pulsating final there in the All-Scottish affair for the World Doubles Championship. The IPA was a Supreme World Championship final, and I think we'll have a round of applause for the 4 competitors here. Unfortunately, we had to have a losing team, and that is Mark Boyle and Gio Edgar. Not exactly what you came for, guys, but that was a ridiculous standard in that final.
Apart from me. No, it was a good standard. A couple of mistakes for me early, but after that, I think maybe for 3-2, I think every frame was about a breaking dish, so it was a good standard.
Yeah, 9 breaking finishes in the match, and I think maybe 2 bad positional shots, but I don't think there was an actual ball missed.
No, I don't think there was a ball missed, actually. No, I don't think there was. Just a few slack positional shots, as you say, but I think that was about it.
No, it was a great game. We've been timing our breaks brilliant the past few rounds, and we just feel like we can't miss. And it was just, as I say, just a couple of small minor details that can happen. We both. It's a tough game, the doubles. So to make it look that easy, it's just one of the games, isn't it? And against Gubsy and Mark, you've got to take your chances, and that puts you under a wee bit more pressure. Likewise, but. They played out their skin, they played brilliant. Everything, they never missed, really, did you? No, everything on off. Aye. Was it total? So, no, it was a great game to be part of. I really enjoyed it.
I mean, you were the defending champions. You've got to the final again this year. It's no bad going.
Aye, that's what it is. We just
record,
feel like
aye.
we play similar, you know. So I just feel like we kind of talk about it at the start and then we just go with the flow, you know. And sometimes it works. Well, most of the time it's worked, you know. But apart from tonight, but at the end of the day, it's took an unreal performance to beat us.
Well, unfortunately, this will be your last time playing doubles together in this event. But Gio Edgar, Mark Boyle, everybody. And now for the new champions, Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister. Coming into this week, really good team. Did you fancy your chances?
Aye, I mean, always on Mark's a lot younger than me, and cheers, mate. And he plays the same attacking style as me, so it was kind of a match that was made in heaven, really. Obviously, getting into the tournament, Mark and Gio are 100% the favourites. But listen, we know if we get the chances, we can take them. And a shout out to Mark, because me, Boyle and Gio, we've won a lot of big tournaments. This was Mark's first time on the TV table, and apart from one wee throw that caught him out that I did give him a bollocking for, but he played unbelievable after that. You know what I mean? That's in the English dictionary. So he played unbelievable for there, and honestly, I wish I could buy his break off him because his break's ridiculous.
Mark, how did you feel in that final?
I felt good, apart from obviously taunting him. That's been a joke all week. But aye, the table caught me a wee bit, but I felt comfy enough, and obviously gave me the bollocking, so had to sharpen up for there.
I think the two of you were fantastic, and as you said, fantastic team. I think the both parents, it's probably the reason why you have got so far.
Aye, no, listen, shout out to Gio and obviously to Mark. To nearly do 2-0 would have been some feat. But aye, so we've obviously just beat them and done 1-0, you know what I mean? So that's how it says. But no, and I'll just get in a 4U, so this will be our last time always playing. So we'll go out as always the champs. But no, listen, great final, and as Mark alluded, it maybe looks easy, but playing doubles isn't easy, because sometimes you try and leave your partner so perfect, whereas if you're just playing for yourself, you don't give yourself a telling off. Like, you just get down and deal with it. You don't know what your partner's thinking, even though he's played similar matches, similar kind of games. But aye, no, definitely proud and proud of Mark, as I say, because he's done well.
Well, congratulations, guys. You are the IPA Supreme Doubles World Champions. Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister. Well, Scott Gillespie and Mark McAllister are the world champions.
Yeah, I mean, they've always had to play well, especially like trying to beat the current world doubles champions, and the standard was absolutely phenomenal, which is no surprise. They're 4 great players, and we're lucky to have them here at the IPA, and lucky even more we're going to be able to see all of these players in the IPA professional ranks next season.
Yeah, well, that's a massive bonus, obviously, having these guys in it. But obviously, Mark and Gio almost going all the way and almost doing 2 in a row.
2 in a row would have been unbelievable. I don't think it's ever been done, you know, because obviously normally when the players get together, you know, they're turning pro next year, so 2 pros can't play together in the World Championship final. But, you know, it's still a major feat. I mean, they made another final, obviously disappointed this time, but, you know, worthy winners, you know, with Mark and Scott. Yeah, and the one big positive is we're going to have new winners next year. Yeah, as always, but you know, the field's always packed with absolute talent, and we'll be looking forward to next year.
Absolutely fantastic final there in the World Championships. Mark McAllister and Scott Gillespie are your 2025 doubles world champs.
Welcome back for this, the final event, the final, if you like, of this year's IPA Supreme World Championships. It is the mixed doubles final. We've got Emma Cunningham, ladies world champion now, of course, and former men's world champion Liam Dunster, up against Emma Reeves and Dan Davey. I think it's fair to say Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster probably the favourites going into this whole tournament. I'm joined in the commentary box by David Adnell. What are your thoughts on this one, Dave?
Hello, Dan. Good to be here. Yeah, I think it'll be a good match. I think Dan and Emma will give them a good game. Like you say, I think you've got to put Liam and Emma as favourites, you know. World champion and former world champion, you know, it's a really good pair. And
it's a super team, isn't it? Let's be honest, that's what it is.
I'll use that excuse for when we play them. Yeah.
But Emma and Dan have been blowing the competition away, really. They've come through. They haven't lost more than 3 frames in any one game. And they've come up against some good pairs. I mean, 6-3, Hayley Weston and Steve Wall. 6-3, Kelly Egan and Rob Stephen. 6-0, Nikki Young and Kevin Ray. 6-3, Beck and Corey. Beck Sweeney and Corey Reese. I mean, that's a big win. They would have been tipped for the title as well. And so would Tilly Edwards and Gio Edgar, who they beat 6-2. So Emma and Dan certainly haven't had it easy coming through this field. And yet, here they are. Liam Dunster to break first was moaning about how well his break's gone this week in commentary. He won't be moaning about that one for sure.
Sometimes that's all you need to do, bemoan your fortune for it to change.
Yeah, Great split. One awkward yellow right on the rail. One awkward red by the bottom left corner. I feel like red's are the colour here, but it doesn't. They don't have the angle to get on that awkward red first shot. I mean, in some ways, the yellows are better.
I think for that very reason, I think that's why they're going to choose yellows.
Yeah, so it's just going to be one pinpoint position shot. I don't know, does the 8 ball go to the top right? Because that makes a big difference as well.
I think it does, yeah.
Yeah, Emma's left that yellow welded to the bottom rail. So I think the next shot after this one is going to be pretty tricky, because I don't see Liam being able to get the cue ball out very far from here. I think Emma might have one of those awkward ones, dropping one in the middle. Well, he's managed to cue that really well. And I'm assuming the yellow closest to the cube will go to the left centre then. Or maybe even to the top left. That might be the shot. Beauty. So well struck from Emma Cunningham. Not out of the woods just yet, because I don't think that yellow at the top half of the table goes to the right corner or right centre. So I think there might be distance on the next one too. I don't know if Liam can punch the cue ball across the table. Make it easier.
I think this is okay though, because once he puts this one in the bottom right, that he'll be able to pot the other one, and then they should get behind the 8 ball if you want to play it into the centre. But I think, like you say, I should go past the 8 ball, so they should have a few options.
Yeah. Yeah, nicely struck. 3 of these 4 players will have extensive experience playing in arenas like this and under shot clock pressure. I think the one question mark might be over Emma Reeves. I don't think she's played in the arena before that I can remember. But she's certainly been taking everything in her stride in this competition so far.
Emma's certainly a good player, so this is another thing to add to her experience. So it'll certainly help her going forward.
A 1-0 and a break dish to start us off on the Dunster break. What remains to be seen is how Dan Davey and Emma Reeves can respond.
So that Dunster break's still not working then?
It would appear not, no. It was a nice split, but they took those out well. It wasn't an easy finish by any means.
And I think it was like you alluded to, it was the fact they had to take the wrong colour set, really. You know, they would have preferred to go reds, but they were forced into going to yellows.
Yeah, it was just that one red, wasn't it? But they did the job. I mean, there weren't really any big problems to solve in that finish. Not unlike the doubles final we've just had. I mean, I can't think that in any frame there was, any kind of breakout shot required or anything. This table appears to be breaking beautifully. I do hope I haven't just put the mockers on Dan Davey. I'd like to apologise to him now. Slightly more awkward split, I'd say. Does the yellow closest to the top right corner, top left from this view, top right again, does that pass? Doesn't look like it. There's no completely obvious opener here either. I mean, is Liam going to play yellow onto red plant? Can he get through to the one on the top rail? But
It's the only shot that would actually open things up for the following shot, and everything be available. Everything's always tricky if you go any other shot.
It looks like he's going for it. Oh, that might be wide. It is wide. It's a brilliant opportunity for Dan and Emma now. You know, that has, as you say, opened everything up. All the reds go now. So plant to start off. Don't know whether she'll be playing this to pot both or not. Ideally not, I would suspect. Although that's not great. Because I don't know if Dan can plant those now.
It's one of them you'd rather either both in or right over the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, for that reason, I think I might have played that to pot both, rather than trying to leave one over.
But if you do go for that, you do then have to be careful on the cue ball not to leave it right on the yellow.
Yeah.
Unless you're right beside it, then it'll still be okay.
I don't think Dan can see a thin edge of the top red here, so I think he's trying to pump this in, bring the other red back out. That's a good pot. How's the shot worked out? Lovely.
That's a brilliant shot.
Yeah, it is. Really well controlled. Fraction over hit there from Emma. It's a little bit tentative, wasn't it? I expected a bit more of a drag on that one.
Yeah, a little bit more of a drag, and it's also, with nudging the yellow, it's also made that red next to it a bit more awkward for the clearance.
I think Dan can just about get through to the red at the top of the table, but he needs to avoid those yellows coming back round. Otherwise, he's trusting to luck on position. Oh, he can get through to that one. That's even better. I didn't think that went past the yellow.
I think I like the screw shot on this red. To kind of slide cushion into the centre of the table, just past the centre, and then maybe swing round off two cushions, 1-2 cushions, to get him behind the red on the cushion.
Doesn't want to be hampered. I think it's going to have to be the shot you said, Dave. I think they're going to have to take the left of the two reds first.
Bit trickier, having to punch it in a bit more to get the angle, but
yeah,
still on. But at least with this, he should have a shot after the.
Well, Dan's going for this one first. Okay, just leave the thin cut. Leave yourself a shot. This cue ball is running away in a big way here, though, and there's a lot of danger at the top of the table.
One of the two yellows may be there as a stopper. Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah, I think she played that slightly thin to hold the cue ball up this end. Good shot from Emma.
And also to compensate for the slide.
Yep. And a good shot from Dan. 1-1.
Good finish there.
So next up, we will get to see the Emma Cunningham break, which at the start of the ladies' final wasn't particularly successful, it has to be said. In fact, just having a quick look back through my notes. The entire first set, Emma didn't make a ball off the break in 4 breaks. So she'll be hoping for her luck to change here. Nothing doing. And what a table that is on reds. Dan and Emma will be jumping out of their seats to take these on, I think. Liam was in the commentary box for the previous game, and he was saying that he doesn't think Scotch doubles rules should be applied in terms of talking in the mixed doubles, as long as there's a shot clock involved.
Yeah,
I'd like to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think as long as there's a shot clock, then however you use your time, I don't think it really matters. So I'd agree with that. I mean, the no talking is only really brought in.
Lovely shot from down there, by the way.
Because for matches that haven't got a shot clock, to make sure that they don't take too long with talking. But if you've only got 30 seconds, then it doesn't really matter if you talk or not. So I'd like that brought in personally.
My counterpoint to that, Emma. Oh no. Yeah, that needed to trace the right hand side, that shot, and hasn't got it. So there's trouble now. It's hard to see a way out. Yeah, my counterpoint to what Liam was saying was I like that you can't talk regardless after the first visit, because if things go wrong, what a shot that would have been. If things go wrong, then it kind of, what's the word? You can't rely on the better player.
Yeah.
So you've got to have, an all-round strong team.
Yeah. Well, that's a good argument. That, like you say, it's proper mixed pairs then, rather than the lead player taking.
Yeah, and I think that it's the same story in both doubles, the mixed and the men's or open.
So
I don't know. Have we got any all ladies teams? I haven't seen any. I don't know if that's the thing we can do or not.
No, I haven't seen any. No. But yeah, because otherwise, like you say, you're getting the lead player having his opinion on every shot, rather than it being 50-50. And down to the team effort, rather than it's equal for both players than just the lead player. So yeah, that's a really good point.
You're going to have as many splinters as I am if you sit on that fence. This frame's gone really messy. Those reds were beautiful to start with, but that shot from Emma Reeves has really tied things up. And I don't know who's favourite at this point.
I think you'd have to say yellows, just purely because of where the red is in between the two yellows, because that's going to take some disturbing. Unless you're, of course, low on the at some point the two reds, you can then go into it. And you've also got the red next to the 8 ball, which is a good link-up ball. You're always going to be on something, so just get in there.
Yeah, I wonder if Dan can pop one of these reds to the bottom right and hold for that angle that you just described. I don't know if it's possible or not. That's not gone well. Does Emma have a shot? She's certainly not going to manipulate the cue ball into the cluster, even if she can see that red.
Would there have been a case for maybe hitting the red in the balk and leaving the cue ball on the bottom cushion and maybe keeping them reds there?
Possibly. I think there's a case here for just covering the pocket, to be honest. I think that's what Emma's done. It's a reasonable shot.
So you could still use that ball over the pocket to disturb them.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I think that's why leaving it there is a good option. Looks like Liam's going to try and move it straight away. He's pointing at it, so I don't know whether he's going to try and pop this yellow and screw back into the red. That would increase their tactical advantage, which he has. Good shot.
that's where Liam's really good. He's good at seeing the dangers like that.
Yeah. I think Dan's next shot is going to be somewhere in between these two yellows, probably in a total snooker. Just slid by. But it's hard to see a way out, isn't it? I don't know if Dan can see enough of it. If he could see enough of this red, I think he'd try the double off the yellow in the middle pocket. And I think he is. I think he's trying to swerve it to get that angle.
It's a very Dan shot, though. If he could do it, I think he would, like you say.
Yeah, maybe it just wasn't quite there. I think it would have been worth a try if it was possible, because they're so far behind in the frame anyway.
Yeah.
You know, and especially up against someone with the tactical prowess of Emma and Liam.
And also the quality of the opposition, you might not get another chance. So sometimes you just got to go for it when you have got that chance.
Oh, Liam, that's a bit lucky, because I think he might have left that shot if not for that double kiss.
I think he'd have played that.
The double kiss?
Yeah.
In that case, great shot. Yeah, it's a total snooker, so there's a chance here for Emma to just drop on a red and leave the game a bit tied up. Well, tied up a yellow, which you won't be too unhappy with that, you wouldn't think.
Yeah, it's all she could do there. Fortunately for Emma and Dan, it's that would have been a ball that you could potentially or still use, but she had no choice but to play that shot. So I think Emma and Liam now are just going to bide the time, get everything where they want to, and
Fascinating that we've got this far into a tactical frame without them using their extension, actually.
great shot.
Absolutely superb. Everything's open, apart from the one yellow. And a tricky snooker to escape. With an absolutely perfect roll of the ball here, Dan could leave the cue ball in between red and 8 ball. Now he's going upstairs. Oh, this is so close. Little bit more pace and a thin snick on that red, and it may not have been quite frame over, but I think it should be now.
So I think Liam's looking at the two yellows on the left side, just playing off them, and cue ball going into the yellow and the red to open it up. Oh, no. So I think they're just going to get another ball off the table and then try and get another 2 shots. They're ahead in the frame, so even if Emma and Dan moves that red at some point next to the yellow, it'll open the frame up anyway.
So they're trying to force Emma and Dan to do their work for them, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last thing Emma and Dan want to do is move that one, the red next to the 8 ball. So I think this will be I think it's probably just a 1 cushion escape to the red in balk.
I wonder if 2 cushions will be easy just because the slide.
Possibly, we'll find out. Oh, around the back for that reason. I would have been surprised if Emma and Liam turned down the finish even without the foul there, to be honest, because you've got the yellow over the right centre, which you could go into the cluster with, and it can't come out badly.
You could, if you really want to go ultra safe, you could put the red on the baulk cushion and get another 2 shots and then go for it.
Yeah, no, I think that's even too much for
Yeah,
Liam.
I think so, yeah.
That's not the best of shots ever.
They're all on now, but...
They are, but this first shot is just a bit fiddly.
Yeah.
And if Emma does miss this into the left centre, because I think that's really the only shot on, then the frame's wide open. I don't know that I like that shot from Liam. And I don't entirely understand that one from Emma.
And this is what I was saying about, as daft as it sounds, you could have just clipped that red on the baulk cushion and get 2 shots and then played the shot they played.
Yeah, but even just making sure that Emma had an easy yellow afterwards.
Yeah. Mm.
Or easier than that then. I mean, Dan can play a double here now.
Yeah, both reds are an open play and they
Yeah.
can do anything from here now.
Has he got the slide? That is an absolute beauty from Dan Davey. What a shot. One more good one from Emma Reeves. And this will be a real steal for the English pair. But she's tweaked it. That's a bad one, I'm afraid.
If ever Emma and Liam go on to win this frame, you feel that could be a turning point, even at this early stage?
Yeah. I'd like to hope that Emma will get a chance to redeem herself after that one. This is easy enough now. Emma Cunningham should just drop this into the middle and leave the lone yellow in the top half of the table to the top left corner, you would think. She could run past it and leave it to the middle. But fraction far, perhaps?
Yeah, definitely a roll too far, but...
There's absolutely no issues, are there? That's the thing.
As long as the rolling it through, you're not going to go in the middle pocket, which it looks like it's going wide anyway, should be fine. Just one thing to be wary of, but if he's not raising the butt, then he'll be fine.
I think I'll be playing the plant here. The middle yellow onto the one over the corner.
Yeah, definitely. That's what
Emma's
I'll
not.
be playing.
She's got space to come around the back, maybe. Ooh.
Still works, but yeah, I'd have fancied the plant.
Yeah, it's a thin snick now, this. And I mean, Liam's cue ball control is so good that it's not going to be a problem. He can just load this up, you would think, with side and hold.
Just got to be careful of pace control, whereas you wouldn't have had to worry before, but I think he'll go off 1, maybe 2 cushions.
Just drag it
he's
in.
managed to hold it really well. The only reason I mentioned the 2 cushions, just in case he needs to really, for it to go wide, just to help stay on line.
Touch short with the cue ball again. I don't feel like Emma Cunningham's quite got the cushions on this table just yet. But no matter, because Liam Dunster knocks in the 8-ball for a 2-1 lead. That will be a disappointment. That was a frame that had everything. Twists and turns, thrills and spills. But at the end of the day, it's 2-1 to Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster.
So how have you found this year's World Championship?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been like a different feel to it this year. It's been really good, and it's always a good event this year. But a good event every year.
Yeah,
I think it's just had a little bit of a different feel to it.
Do you think? I mean, perhaps a touch, but I can't. I'm not entirely sure. There's Helen Sanderson. She's enjoying the pool. Look at that.
Relaxed.
Can someone go to the pool and get her a sun lounger, please? Yeah, I think this year's been brilliant. I think last year was brilliant. I always thoroughly enjoy the Worlds, to be honest.
I think the setup's been great. I think the way it's been run has been really good, and tables have been brilliant. And
the tables have certainly been, the tables have been, without question, excellent throughout the tournament. Little things like, making sure the balls are always clean and
getting them done does make a massive difference.
Yeah, the referees have worked really hard all week. Credit should go to them, the whole team. They've been excellent.
Most definitely.
Emma Reeves with the break. Emma Reeves makes a ball. So first blood in this fourth frame goes to Emma and Dan. But what's been left?
I think they're like reds, but it's finding an opener. It's a very difficult shot to open up with.
I think he's got to. I think Dan's got to take the red he's closest to into the right centre pocket. I don't see a choice here. Lovely pot, that. Position's ideal as well. He's nicely on the red in the middle of the table to the left centre. It would be useful if both of the reds in the top half of the table passed to the left centre as well, past each other sort of thing. Emma's going to come down off this one. That's not a great nudge. I would only assume that the 8-ball doesn't pass to the bottom right, because otherwise I think the red that Emma's just played should have been the last ball.
Yeah, I'd say it should be last ball, but also there's a yellow pretty close to it, so sometimes that can make it a bit harder to get onto, so maybe it's not a bad thing getting it out of the way early.
That's a beauty from Dan. Still work to do. Emma's got a choice here. I think the option is probably the red in the bottom half of the table to then just drift onto the side cushion and leave the one down the rail.
Yeah, I think so as well. Bounce off about 3 or 4 inches, make sure a little bit of angle.
Yep.
Just to come off the cushion.
Soft one, doesn't want to be hampered. She looks tense, doesn't she? She hasn't quite got cueing the ball yet.
And it does feel so different on this table with this cloth and the slides. It does take a bit of getting used to being out there. Also, I'm not sure how much Emma's played on the shot clock either. I know there would have been some on the outer tables, but never the same as them beeps shouting at you.
No, the beeps are certainly a different pressure, that's for sure. There's lots of work to be done here on yellows, and because of that red over the corner, I can't see an obvious sort of safe area. Emma could thin off this yellow now and try and get in behind the 8-ball. You do feel like they're going to need to draw a foul at some point because of those yellows in the top half of the table. in balk. Oh, does this yellow slide past the red? That'd be a bonus.
I think drop this in real gently.
She under-hit that. That needed to be harder.
I think if that had went in and just dropped in, he could have then taken the yellow down the rail to go up and disturb the free. It's been a tough shot, but...
Yeah, but an opportunity, once again, for Dan Davey and Emma Reeves. Now, what's the play here? Does Dan take on the big shot and go long down the rail? That's what he's doing. This is frame ball if it goes in, you'd think. Oh, nothing like. Definitely some tension out there.
I think he was definitely worried about trying to hold the cue ball as well. Not that it was overly important, but
no,
he didn't want to lose it and leave too much angle on the red in the middle of the table.
Both cracking a smile at the top right of your screen, Dan and Emma. Good to see. I can speak from experience and say that Dan is a very patient doubles partner.
He'd have to be playing with you.
Ah, good one. Now, has that yellow held up in time, or does Emma have a long red on here? Does it go bottom left? Very difficult to tell from every single one of our camera angles. But I think she's down on it, and I think she's had a good look at it. And I think this goes. Big shot here. Absolutely nailed. That's a beauty from Emma Reeves. Easy enough for Dan this, but Emma's next shot is not straightforward either. So Dan wants to get her nice and close. If you're taking that from distance, you could the red over this bottom right pocket.
Also got to be wary of the yellow in the centre of the table, not snooker behind it.
Yeah.
Cued it well.
Cued it very well. That's perfect. If there was distance or the wrong angle, then you could foresee Emma maybe ending up in behind the yellow with the cue ball. You know, you bump it out in front or something. But from this angle, this is perfect. Now a race to 4 then for the mixed doubles title here at the IPA Supreme World Championships. And there's two of our table techs enjoying a light refreshment. Alan Yates of 8 Ball Direct and Louis Perinelli making a triumphant return to help us out here. Been away from the tour for about 5 years.
That's great to see him back.
Yeah, rocked up for a drink and got dragged in, I think.
Probably wasn't going to let him escape without helping.
No, it was silly of him to turn up, really, wasn't it? Darren Maidment, our senior referee, taking charge of the final match of this wonderful week of pool that we've had here in Bradford. The Cedar Court Hotel has been the home of the IPA this week, and it's been a very welcoming place to refurbish since the last time we were here, and they've done a marvellous job. Liam Dunster to break in frame 4. Five, sorry. Caught it well, nothing down. Back to the drawing board for the Dunster break. Certainly not as good as the first one of this match, that's for sure. Now then, yellows. Got to be yellows. Got a nice starter to the right centre. Does the yellow nearest the left centre pass the red? I strongly suspect it does. think the key here might be to clear this yellow over the bottom left pocket. I think that's what Dan's left Emma on now. Because once that's out of the way, the 2 yellows below the black will pass. So one good positional shot here. And they really should be in the box seat. I don't know if Dan's gone far enough. Emma doesn't like it, I don't think. Got the option to go top left first and come back for that in a bit. But it needs to be done sooner rather than later, you'd think, Dave.
I think she's done all she could there. I think if she tried to come back, it would have sat on the yellow. So she's tried to hold it for the right yellow and yellow in the right middle, and then back for that one you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, if the yellow halfway down the left-hand side of the table went past.
Oh, maybe it didn't go, so Dan's had to play that shot. It's a brilliant shot.
It is, yeah. Looks like you've got enough of the pocket, doesn't it? But that's worked out better. Cue ball's going to be travelling into that red, you'd think. Might need a bit of luck here. Just skimmed off it and actually has worked out beautifully. Dan can dig into the cue ball here and come round off 2 cushions, avoiding the reds. Needs to leave a nice angle for Emma on the next shot, though. Wants a bounce. It's not bad.
I think another roll would have been perfect. But
Yeah. I don't know if Emma might have to sort of come off the back and just bump into the yellow, maybe. Or if she can come twice across. It's the bump. A little bit of a frown on her face, but I think Dan will be pretty pleased with that, to be honest.
I think it's a bit thinner than its first look, but still good. I expect Dan to get this.
Which he does. And Emma knocks in the 8 ball for a 3-2 lead. Good stuff from this pair after the disappointment of losing that 3rd frame. They take the lead for the first time in the match. Are you looking forward to this season's tour, Dave? Are there any events you can't make, or?
No, I'm going to the mall, so
fully
good this
committed.
year. Yeah, doing all the Grand Prix as well. So
wow, that's very committed for a man who's got to get a ferry every time.
Yeah, I've not been able to make them all previous years, so I thought I'd see if I can do it, and I've been able to. So yeah, that's me going to the mall.
Does that mean you'll be putting a lot more hours in on the practice table?
I'm not sure. We'll see yet.
No?
No, I will do. Yeah, it's get a bit more practice in, and I think it's going to help the fact that the events are a lot closer together now. I'm going to more, so that'll help as well, I feel.
Obviously, we have quite a few of the Manx come over to various events, but have you got a particular practice partner at home, or is it just local players and you sort of chop and change?
Yeah, just chop and change. Just a few from the team that plays in the Catwin Hotel. A couple play with them because it's across the road from where I work. So I quite often practice with them in the evenings. And
is there anyone who provides you a challenge, or not really?
it's more if I provide them a challenge.
Behave. Dry break from Dan Davey, and you've got to say it's a bit unlucky. He's caught those pretty sweet. Reds look quite nice. Nothing very easy to start with. Just the red to the left of the 8 ball, or the black spot, 8 ball spot, however you want to swing it. No, Liam's going yellows. Interesting decision, because I don't like the yellow in balk or the 8 ball at the moment. So there's some work to do here. I'm assuming there's a skill shot coming at some point, or a combination of some description. Move that red.
I'm thinking yellow off the cushion, off the red, and then that
Off the
open it
back,
up.
yeah, maybe.
I think that's where with the cue ball where it is now, they're going to play it now.
Yeah, it's perfect for the gap, isn't it? I think Liam would have liked to have cleared one of these 2 yellows first.
Yeah, I agree, totally.
But you're right. Being plumb on that shot, now is probably the time. And even if you left those 2 as a plant, it's not too bad. That's not a difficult plant.
It's just the fact you've got to be.
How's your
straight
luck
on that.
here? Doesn't want to cover this pocket. He got away with it.
So do you play this plant now?
Yeah.
As long as you can control the cue ball, which I think if the cue ball goes on the side cushion, you should be okay still.
I'm playing the plant now just because I don't like leaving a plant till last, which I feel like might happen now. Liam might have the option to play it next up. I do feel that there's slightly more that could go wrong this way. I don't expect it to, mind you. Do you think the mix should have penalties?
I'm not sure actually. I think I kind of like it as it is.
Yeah. You like that the penalties are special for the doubles sort of thing?
Yeah, because I think it gives each event its own identity in a way, and I think the different race numbers and stuff like that, and I think it all helps give each event its own identity. So I'm quite happy as it is.
Yeah. Emma's stretching here. Just got to bump the cue ball back out enough. That will do nicely. How straight Liam is on this yellow. I feel like if he screws back, he's probably heading up the wrong side of the 8 ball. Might just have to stun on and off the cushion, but it doesn't look the best angle ever. Might just have to leave Emma Cunningham some distance with the next one. Yeah, so a thin snick. It shouldn't be a problem. The worry here could be the enough to the left centre, but I think all the reds are in the way. Oh, it was thicker than I thought. Nicely done, and a reverse dish, replying to the previous frame's reverse dish there from Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster. Nice finish from the pair of them. There's 6 frames into the match, 3 apiece, 3 dishes. Good standard so far. You had a particular highlight from the week, Dave, or?
I think it has to be the men's final.
Yeah. I think almost everyone might say that, with the possible exception of Ben Davis.
Yes, that's very true. But it was just such a great standard, wasn't it? From both players, and I know Ben took a while to get going, but
Didn't
once
take
he got
a while
going,
over anything, did he?
Well, yeah, once he got going, yeah, exactly.
Absolutely phenomenal final. Yep.
I mean, I've seen players play fast occasionally, but the fact he done it for so long and kept up with such a high standard for so long, playing at that pace, was incredible. It made Tom Barley look slow.
It did. Do you know what? It genuinely did. Yeah.
And he's our fastest player.
Emma's caught those nicely, but oh no, there's a red in. There's a red in at the top of the table. First chance in the 7th frame goes to the pair from Northern Ireland and Scotland. Not a bad split either. I think yellows are probably the colour because of where the 8-ball is.
And also where the red and the yellow next to each other. I think that them two are easier to disturb off this first yellow. I don't think you get that opportunity on reds as well. So
no,
I think yellow's definitely the colour set.
There's a nice pattern in the bottom half of the table as well, isn't there? So once the top half of the table's cleared, you can see you've got that yellow on the left-hand side. You drop that in, and then you've got the yellow behind the 8-ball.
Yeah, it links up really well, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. It's just a nice-looking pattern now. I think Emma can probably thin this one in and move that yellow off the cushion as well, but she wants a full contact on it. If she catches it thin, this could go wrong. Oh, she's gone past it. Oh, wow.
I think it just roll it and it just naturally got into that yellow.
Yeah, I don't think she needed to dig down to that at all. Now, has she got away with it? Does Liam Dunster have a yellow to right centre? It doesn't have anything else, I don't think. I'm pretty sure he's behind the jaw.
Does the yellow cut in the right middle? I think it does.
I think it might, yeah. It does. Not the most helpful flick there on that red. And they're in trouble here. They're going to do very well to get out. Emma can thin this yellow into the right corner, but getting onto anything else, I wonder whether she'll just cover the pocket here.
Double kiss it off the red, maybe.
Gone round the back, needs to run. Oh, well, does that yellow go to the top right? It might do. Liam's having a look.
Again, if they go for that, they're going to have to use the red as a stopper as well to keep the line on the yellow down the rail.
Yeah, possibly.
Because they're going to lose the cue ball otherwise.
I feel like you can roll it in with lots of top and hold it, but he's stunning off by the looks of it. That's there. What a shot.
It's a great pot.
It is. Emma Cunningham now needs another one. If they get out from here, it would be an unreal finish. Got it.
That's a great pot.
Liam needs one more good positional shot. He can cut this into the middle with relative ease, but the cue ball is surely travelling into that red.
And if you play the other way, then you're going into two reds, potentially two reds.
I think you've got to play it that way. You've got to play a corner, haven't you, and trust to luck a little bit.
I feel so, to be honest.
It's a thinner cut and it's a harder pot. Liam doesn't think so. Liam's just going to leave distance, maybe. I think that was always likely. I'm surprised at that, actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I think the other way was a shot. Yes, it was a bit more unpredictable, but I think there was more chance of getting on the 8-ball. I understand why Liam played it, because as long as you're on the right-hand side of the table, like a foot away from the cushion, then you've got a shot. So I do understand why he played that.
What can Emma come up with here? Well, she did catch the 8-ball.
Yeah.
But that's where the good news ends, because she's moved the worst of the reds. You feel like a good positional shot is needed first up, and once they're in amongst it, these reds should be all gone.
2 reds in the middle of the table. He'll be wanting to use the higher one as a stopper, but I think it is potentially just going to hit the first one. But if it hits it thin, they'll still be okay.
Yeah, as long as you don't absolutely smash into those, it's hard to see them going too bad, is it?
As long as the cue ball doesn't stick to one.
Yeah. Oh, Dan just managed to skid past it. That's a nice shot.
That's obviously why he digged into it. He just didn't really want to touch them at all.
So Emma just needs to be careful here. Wants to come back across for the red on the right-hand side of the table. Trace the left-hand side, maybe. Oh, what's she played that with? It's okay, but I almost feel like she played that with running side and squared up the cue ball.
Yeah, it might just been just not being used to the slide on the cushions, but it definitely appeared that way.
Now Dan, I think all Dan can do from here. Oh, he's gonna tuck up. This is unlike him. That is a very un-Dan Davy shot.
It is, but I can't say I blame him because he's at least he's blocked off the one cushion escape from the left cushion. So
yeah, and it's a hampered queuing going the one cushion up and down. So 2 cushions at least here for Liam. You would think 2 is the number.
What's it could? Anything can happen.
I think he'll be putting some pace into this one. Good hit. Very good hit. It's not the worst leave ever. Now Emma's going to take on the big shot in the knowledge that all she can leave is a double. The worst thing that could happen here is if she leaves a big pocket. But she's absolutely nailed the pot. That's brilliant.
That's a brilliant shot. She didn't play the greatest of last shot, but she certainly made up for it there.
I think that one might give her some confidence. Which, with all due respect, I feel like she's been lacking a little bit in this game so far.
It's understandable, especially if it's the first time on the TV table. It's
100%. I'd be bricking it if it was me. There's no... Little bit surprised at that one. I felt like she could have taken the one in the middle up to the top left, and then it was guaranteed position, really.
Yeah, I think I'd have fancied that. Where it was imperative to be dead straight on this if you by playing it this way. Looks like a good shot,
damn.
and it is.
Lovely piece of cueing from Dan Davy. All Emma's got to do is drop this in down the rail for a 4-3 lead in the mixed doubles final. In it goes. 2 away now for the English pair. Been a slightly topsy-turvy game, but I think the scoreline is probably about right. Emma Reeves breaking next. She broke well with her first attempt. This will be her last attempt at breaking in this match. Her and Dan will be praying for drop-ins after this. or caught the front half ball, didn't quite get through the pack. But you got to say, it's a big split, and she's a bit unlucky. Looking at where everything's end up, it's sort of amazing nothing's dropped.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, too close to the pockets. You definitely expected one to drop there. But Emma and Liam here, he suspects are going to go reds just with the layout, even if it's just a pot ball, and claim the colour set, and then maybe a developing shot. I'm thinking top left, and then put the red next to the yellow over the pocket just to open it up. However, you do need naturally. The only issue with that is then you're leaving a combination shot.
Yeah, and I was watching the semi-final with Emma and Dan, and in the final frame, Dan played a brilliant combination shot, not dissimilar to that. Now, obviously.
So I think I know what they're looking at. They're looking at putting this red next to the yellow, and then the red down the rail. They're actually going to use that to remove that yellow to remove that danger.
Yeah, there's one big problem red, isn't there, on the left-hand side? Not entirely sure what Emma's going for the double. Hasn't got it. Pushed the red safe as well. That's not gone well. Just wonder if Dan can now open up that yellow nearest the cue ball whilst not leaving anything on. Just run into it and stick the cue ball on the back of the red.
That's a good shot, and that yellows are slowly getting into this frame because they're starting to open up.
Oh, I've got a horrible feeling for Dan that the referee just called touching ball. It's a little bit unlucky. He's played it really well. But now Liam can just dolly the cue ball into the cushion and leave Emma a difficult escape. Oh. Referee just called a foul. What did he see? I think VAR is in use. Unfortunately, we have absolutely no way to know what's going on in here.
I believe it wasn't a touched ball, or the referee maybe seen the red move. I can only see that it's one of those two things.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't personally see the red move.
No, I didn't either.
And he was definitely playing away, so even if it rocked, it's not actually a foul that I'm aware of. I'm not a senior referee, so I'm not going to claim that definitively.
And you said about me sitting on the fence before.
No, I think I'm right in saying that if you're definitely playing away from a touching ball and it happens to rock when you play away, that it isn't a foul, because as we know, I mean, not so much perhaps on this table because it's so well looked after, but there are little dimples and little marks in cloths that mean, when you've got two balls touching.
I think it's the direction he was playing at, which can question. The referee has to question the rock to how it rocked, if it did rock or if it was moved. If he was playing completely away from it, then it'd be a bit easier to say that it was definitely a rock.
But he was playing defensively away from it, unless he thought he'd sort of caught it with the bridge. Maybe he was slightly bridging over it.
Yeah, or caught it on the way past.
Either way, foul given, and Emma Reeves has missed all the yellows on the table. So a touch of fortune, I'd say there.
I think I'd like to get rid of the yellow of the middle and then maybe cover the core in the pocket. The only reason I'm saying that is the yellow that's over the red. You don't want to give them chance to remove it.
Looks like the call. I mean, don't know about the angle here. I do wonder whether they were trying to be slightly more aggressive than that and leave the sort of the yellow directly in line with the bottom left corner to use as a breakout ball.
Yeah, the red next to the yellow, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's definitely actually the better option.
I think they are. I think that's what's happening. So trusting to luck a little bit here, but in the full knowledge that there's plenty of control still left on the table for them. It's not bad. But I don't think you can drop that red into the centre pocket. No. Very, very, very tough. Could easily play as a back double next, but you've still got the yellow, the red in balk as well. What's Emma doing here? Is she trying to drop it in, or is she trying to play it long down the rail? Get the pocket if not. I think that's the shot.
It's also going to help with that red down in the balk.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's a link ball, isn't it? The reds are all there. And that means I feel that Dan Davey and his partner Emma Reeves will be pushing the boat out here. There's not really anywhere to hide anymore.
The only issue is they've left this shot now, so Dan's going to go careering into them balls.
Oh, how's that red stayed there? That's absolutely ridiculous.
And also look where the 8 ball's gone.
That's absurd. How's it still there? I think all Emma can do here is play the plant. Dan could play the skill shot to the top left. It's a very difficult one, but I think it's gettable. No, Emma's just going to run it down the rail. Good pot. Is it a pot? No. It's just held up.
I feel the double now.
Yeah, the double plant. Yeah. The only thing with that is the yellow near the pocket could come into play if you get it wrong.
I think it's one of them. You go for it, but you play it at such a pace that you only just get it.
Yeah, dead
for that very reason. If it hits the bottom cushion first, then it could easily go up the side cushion if you hit it too hard. I mean, you are leaving the same shot again if you don't get it on the yellows, but at least there's more cover on reds.
Well, got it and played it at dead weight, but it couldn't have come out a lot worse than that. This is a thin one now for Emma. Nicely played.
Yeah, played it well to avoid that yellow.
The key shot won't be this, it'll be the positional shot off the one over the pocket. I think Liam tried to get Emma on it first up, but that's not happening. Now Emma's going to be stretching here a little bit.
A little bit of a judgment shot.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't want to be behind the yellow. Oh, just about, I think. I think that could have gone wrong.
I think she's played it well, and providing it goes, then the yellow was a good stopper.
Yeah, you've just
for the cue ball.
You know when you've seen that happen, and the yellow rocks back onto it and touching ball, and it would have been unlucky.
It's one of them, you just need to hit it a little bit harder to make sure when you do hit it, there is separation.
Yeah. 4-all. It's going to be a best of 3 for this World Mixed Doubles title. And both teams playing some good stuff out there.
Feels like a fair scoreline with the way the match has gone.
Yeah, I agree. I think so too. It's going to be Liam Dunster to break next. 50-50 on his break so far in the match. Oh, that cue ball was close. That cue ball very nearly went in off. But it didn't. And now, I mean, one good opener on yellows into the middle with a good positional shot with it. And there's absolutely no work to do there. But I feel like Emma's going to really have to screw this ball in. On and off the top rail. Back out. She could leave a choice. She could leave the yellow over the right corner. Or the yellow closest to the left centre into the bottom left pocket. But some good cueing required here to leave a nice shot for her partner next up. Doesn't want to be on the rail. Could have done with a bit more pace there. I feel this is a very tough shot now for Liam Dunster. That's a beauty. You wouldn't have known he was queuing that off the rail. Just absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, it just looked like it was an easy rolling, didn't he?
Yeah. Slightly fiddly one for Emma. Let's just drop this. Dead weight.
Now, if he's got the angle, is it worth rolling this one into the left corner and leaving a bit of an angle for the one down the rail? To come up and use the yellow next to the red as the link ball for the 8 ball?
Yeah. But the yellow next to the red isn't a great link ball either because of the red, is it?
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't normally
I think he's
say
taking
it,
that first.
yeah.
I think this is the right shot.
I wouldn't normally say it, but it's just that I find these two are tricky as well.
There is no easy way that
No,
I can see to
exactly.
get back up for the 8 ball. And with those reds in front of the right corner, yeah, this isn't over.
It just felt like it was the best of a few awkward choices.
I think the shot now is for Emma to play this with tons of running side and try and leave it into the middle as straight as possible, and then maybe have the opportunity to top through. But if she doesn't get far enough, and she hasn't, how do you get on the 8 ball from here? Can he just top it through off the red and then the cue ball will follow towards the centre pocket? Is that the shot?
The harder he hits it, the wider it's going to go. And
Yeah, if you catch the red full, it's trouble. Other than screw him round off 2, I don't know.
forced
Oh,
his way
wow.
through.
Wow, what a shot.
What a brilliant shot.
That is absolutely spectacular from Liam Dunster.
He didn't go through the door. He absolutely barged his way through.
Yeah, there's no door left. Door's been incinerated. That is a beauty.
Brilliant.
That is a thing of beauty, that finish from Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster. And, I mean, that positional shot, that would be in shot of the tournament contention for me.
Yeah,
It's obviously not shot of the tournament because, well, go and watch the final last night. But nevertheless, it's one of the best positional shots I've seen for a long time.
I think Ben Davis had 40 shot of the tournaments within the space of about 60 seconds.
He did, yeah. And all of them would have been beaten by Michael Rhodes' two-shot finish as well. So from a 4-3 lead to a 5-4 for Emma Reeves and Dan Davey, to a 5-4 lead for Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster. Massive break now required from Dan.
Look at all the champions from last year on the picture behind us.
Yep.
Slightly different next. Going to be slightly different next year.
But yeah,
Well,
but
Gareth's still there.
only because Gareth will be on it twice. Dan's hit it well, but no joy, I don't think. First opportunity then for the pair that came into this final and probably this tournament as favourites.
I think it's looking like Reds here.
To get over the line. Yeah, I agree.
If the 8 ball goes in the right centre, that's certainly going to help them. But it still goes in the bottom right anyway, so...
I think it might go in left centre as well, actually, past that yellow.
Oh, yeah, it might do, yeah.
It's tight. It's tight either way.
Yeah.
Certainly goes bottom right once all the reds are out of the way. And you can quite easily see them leaving an angle to move that yellow anyway, and then it'll go pretty much everywhere.
And even the red next to the 8 ball, you know, if that's the last ball, the black goes in the bottom right.
Well, if this is to be the last action of this final, I think it's been a brilliant performance from both teams. I think the turning point was Dan leaving a touching ball for Liam.
Yeah.
A couple of frames ago, and that was a little bit harsh. He's played a very, very good safety shot there, Dan. And if there's a micrometer between cue ball and red, then Liam's in a bit of trouble. But that touching ball allowed Liam to play a telling safety shot of his own. Now you would think Emma's going to disturb something. Doesn't want to play into the red because you could actually snooker yourself here.
It's either that unless you hit that red fin and the yellow. So
Yeah.
you're still on them both. So it's still on it, sorry, apologies.
But you don't want to hit it like 3/4 ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
I played it well.
Yeah, I think this might be curtains. I think we might be coming towards the end of this match, this title, this World Championships week. One last positional shot required. the more I look at it, the more that 8 ball doesn't go left centre. So you think Liam's going to have to come round the back of the yellow here. Doesn't want to catch it. It's the last possible thing that could go wrong, really. Oh, he managed to use the rowing side and hold nicely. So this 8 ball, Emma Cunningham has for the world mixed doubles title. And it's there. Congratulations to Liam and Emma. Commiserations to Dan and Emma. A brilliant performance from the pair, Dave.
Yeah, they've been brilliant throughout the tournament. Strong pairing. It's and it's been hard to bet against them from the start. But Emma and Dan put up a good fight there, and as you say, the turning point was a touch and ball, which seems a bit harsh, but that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, certainly is. So I'd like to thank everyone at home, all our referees, everyone who's watched. It's been a fabulous week here at the World Championships, and everyone who has been in the commentary box. We wish you a warm goodbye. But before we wish you a warm goodbye, or after I should say, Mark Pickworth will do the same after the trophy presentation of this Mixed Doubles World Championships.
Thanks, Dan, and what a terrific final that really was. But let's have a round of applause, please, for the runners-up. Just come up and have a quick word. Just hold that for me, Dan. Dan, wasn't really your day there in that, but when you took that 7th frame, just talk me through. Did you really think you was in the driving seat from that point?
Yes and no, not really. Just trying to take it one frame at a time, and you know, mixed doubles is Scotch doubles is funny. You kind of get little spells where things seem to. I always kind of think Scotch doubles is so difficult that if you can just play all right, people don't tend to clear off the break. Do you know what I mean? And they've done the last 2, and they did a good clearance in one before. So yeah, it's just what it is, isn't it?
And Emma, you always seem to always have a really great one at our World Championships. You know, how did that one rate up back in 2023?
Felt a lot more relaxed this time, which is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, happy to play pretty well, and yeah, take a few frames.
And just
yeah,
tell me.
It's been good to get here.
And just tell me a little bit. How did the partnership form?
Yeah, we know each other from we play in Reading, you know, in the local league, so we know each other fairly well. And Dan's an attacking player, so am I, and that's sort of how we've got through it, really. More, you know, just go for it a bit more, and
literally, it was like let's just force the issue, go for it, and you know, you kind of want to just play the way we normally play. She's quite an aggressive player, so am I. Don't talk too much. I think a lot of parents talk too much and get themselves a bit bogged down. So we kind of like just play a bit of freedom and see what happens, really.
I mean, Emma's been in a World Championship final. How did it feel for you? I know you've been in, you know, IPA finals and that. How did this one rank up there?
Yeah, it was all right. I felt pretty good. Probably the best I felt all week, actually. But yeah, it's just a shame we couldn't get a win.
We've had a great one and well played for reaching the final. Dan Davey, Emma Reeves, everybody. Seven of a round of applause, please, for our winners, Emma Cunningham and Liam Dunster, everybody. Scared of microphones, are we, Liam?
Not at all.
Emma, this was a tournament you said that you've never won. How do you feel right now?
Oh, over the moon. It's hard. You get all sorts of pairings, and again, anything can happen. 1st to 6. Some run-outs, changes, good fortune. Yeah, it's good.
Liam, just a little bit about your opponents and that. You know, they played a terrific game. You know, you need 2 of you to play the terrific match.
I feel like the breaks weren't going in their favour. They were crunching every one of their breaks, but just nothing was going in. Almost like they were hitting them too good and just nothing was going in. Whereas I was hitting them pretty poorly, to be fair, and I was getting a ball. So sometimes it's just the luck on the day.
Are you telling us you got carried through that final?
Pretty much, yeah.
Emma, just another word from you as well. How did this partnership form? I mean, 2 world champions together, former world champions. You know, how did it come about?
Yeah, I think, well, obviously I was entering quite late on, and a friend of ours knew that Liam didn't have a partner, and I was hesitant to whether he would say yes or not, bearing in mind I'm a crazy psycho player. But he said yes, so I was like, happy days, let's go.
Well, it worked, and you are now going to be crowned the World IPA Supreme Mixed Doubles Champions, everybody. Well, that's it from us now for here at the World Championships. You know, we've crowned 6 winners. Look, would like to say a massive thank you to everybody that's worked hard behind the scenes, the referees, Craig, obviously, who's done all the TV work, Bron, who's done a huge amount of work for everyone, but most of all, you at home. Without you watching, it doesn't happen. So we'll be back in around 5 weeks' time. 28th of March, we'll go back at Newcastle for tour number 1. We hope to see you soon. Good night. Can we just have some